COMESA Secretariat.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning. Okay, so I'll just deliver, the remarks on behalf of my director, Dr. Zawanda, who is not able to be with us here. Our guest of honor, the Principal Secretary, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Kenya, the World Bank team, distinguished delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of COMESA, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the ASCENT Carbon Days here in the beautiful city of Nairobi. This event marks a critical milestone in our collective journey to accelerate sustainable and clean energy access across Eastern and Southern Africa, as it is facilitating the positioning of our region at the forefront of carbon market innovation. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to our partners, particularly the World Bank Group, for their steadfast collaboration and support in providing the financing needed to undertake events such as this one. I also extend appreciation to the delegations from 9 African countries who have joined us for this 3-day gathering. Principal Secretary, distinguished delegates, allow me to categorically state that your presence reflects our shared commitment to achieving universal energy access and harnessing the power of carbon finance as a driver of transformation. This year's ASCENT Carbon Days brings together stakeholders such as climate, carbon focal points, energy focal points, and digitalization focal points from 9 ASCENT countries, namely Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia, the World Bank, A2EI, Carbon Clear, and GIZ, with the objective of building capacity and sharing experiences on how we can leverage carbon trading to accelerate the expansion of sustainable and clean energy access in Eastern and Southern Africa. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the ASCENT program is a bold, transformative, and visionary flagship initiative of the World Bank, which by 2030 seeks to, 1, provide electricity access to 100 million people across our region. Secondly, expand national grids and distributed energy solutions. Thirdly, deliver clean cooking solutions to 20 million households, and critically, advance carbon market development. By mobilizing carbon markets, we shall unlock new revenue streams, attract investment in energy access, and ensure environmental integrity. Under the ASCENT program, COMESA is implementing the Regional Energy Access Acceleration Platform, which is not only about accelerating energy access, but will also support the building of institutional and technical capacity of ASCENT participating countries to design, validate, and verify carbon projects that meet international standards. By doing so, we ensure that ASCENT countries generate credible emission reductions from renewable energy and clean cooking technologies that are recognized and traded in both compliance and voluntary markets. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today to deliberate on this important subject, I would like to reiterate that carbon market development under ASCENT aims to significantly contribute towards the creation of a predictable and transparent framework that allows emission reductions from renewable energy and clean cooking technologies to be recognized, monetized, and traded. This will ensure that our region harnesses carbon finance as one of the cornerstones of sustainable energy access, while positioning Eastern and Southern Africa at the forefront of the global carbon market innovation, particularly with respect to energy access. We recognize the progress many of our member states have made over the past decade, yet we also acknowledge the challenges, which include that the majority of those still unelectrified are rural, low-income, and vulnerable communities, and many of the countries have an underdeveloped infrastructure for carbon trading. Addressing their needs requires collaborative solutions, and carbon markets provide one of the most innovative financing pathways to reach borderland populations and those affected by natural disasters and conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, universal energy access is not just a regional aspiration, it is a global imperative. Experiences worldwide show that rapid progress is possible when there is political commitment, strong public-private partnerships, and an enabling environment for private sector participation and capital mobilization. Carbon markets amplify these efforts by creating predictable revenue streams, reducing investment risks, and incentivizing private capital to flow into clean energy projects. This is why we are here to learn from one another, to combine our strengths, and to chart a path that places Eastern and Southern Africa firmly on the road to universal energy access. With 365 million people without electricity and 558 million without clean cooking, our region represents more than half of the world's unelectrified population. This is a daunting challenge, but also an unprecedented opportunity, especially if we fully embrace carbon market development as the cornerstone of our strategy. I'm very positive that the ASCENT Carbon Days will offer you the opportunity to learn and discuss issues such as carbon markets, enabling environment, market development, digitalization, carbon methodologies, and other pertinent considerations relevant for operationalizing and delivering carbon assets under the ASCENT program, with insights from private and public sector practitioners, as well as other market players active in the area. The sessions will aim to facilitate discussions and peer-to-peer exchanges between the participants and draw out a roadmap for implementation in the coming year. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at COMESA, we are proud to be on this ambitious journey with all of you, together with the leadership of our guest of honor, the Principal Secretary for Energy of Kenya, and the collective commitment of our member states. We can ensure that Eastern and Southern Africa not only participates in the global energy transition, but also helps to shape it. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and God bless you. Asante sana, merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malama. I must hasten to say that the Principal Secretary is not yet here, but we're still waiting for, I think, his representative, who is going to give us welcoming remarks later in the day. At this point in time, I'd like to call upon Mr. Eric Fenstrom, the Regional Practice Director from the World Bank. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates from all the ASCENT countries, partner institutions, World Bank Group colleagues, good morning. Good morning. There you go. Those spent time in Kenya, we need to start like this. I'm Eric Fernstrom. I'm the Regional Director for Infrastructure for the World Bank Group, covering all the ASCENT countries, in fact. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I think a lot of the country delegations, as well as the supporting teams, has worked hard to come to this point where we have a whole week almost of substance to discuss. I would like to begin by thanking the COMESA Secretariat and our implementing partner of the ASCENT Regional Knowledge Platform for bringing us together and for being such a steadfast steward of this initiative. And thank you for joining us as we take an important step towards unlocking the full potential of carbon finance for accelerating energy access across Eastern and Southern Africa. As many of you know, Mission 300, an initiative led by the World Bank Group and African Development Bank, as well as several other partners, seeks to connect 300 million people in sub-Saharan Africa to reliable and affordable electricity by 2030. The World Bank Group is advancing this goal through approximately 150 projects spanning the entire energy value chain, supported by strong government leadership and broad-based partnership. And I'm very pleased to say that about a year after the launch in Dar, we are already at 39 million people connected out of our target for the World Bank part of the objective. And this is, you can follow the progress, if that interests you, on a public tracker that we publish with new data every 6 months to keep an eye on the pace and the progress we're making. So ASCENT is our flagship under Mission 300 to bring electricity in this region to 100 million people additional, and to deliver clean cooking solutions for at least 20 million people. And we are not stopping there. We are also looking to power 50,000 schools and clinics across the region. The program aims to mobilize $15 billion in financing, with carbon markets expected to play a meaningful role. If ASCENT countries successfully bring their projected emission reduction credits to market, more than $1 billion could be generated collectively through carbon finance. And I think for many of you here, you know the changes that development finance are going through globally. So this source of revenue become increasingly important for us to be able to achieve our objective. Carbon finance is therefore not a complement to the agenda, it is mission critical. Mission 300 energy access projects, such as those under ASCENT, are well positioned to leverage carbon markets, which will help mobilize additional resources for energy access programs and accelerate progress towards universal electrification. These resources are essential for scaling faster, reaching poorer, underserved communities more effectively, and ensuring long-term sustainability of energy access solution. And I'd like to stop there. I think in the past, at least from my perch, carbon finance has often been about monetizing things that you are doing. I like us to flip that perspective around and look at carbon finance as an enabler to do the things you want to do. So it's not about creating a cash flow from projects, but it's about creating a cash flow to create more projects and to scale and to move faster. And ASCENT Carbon Programs seeks to make carbon finance work at scale. So that's aggregated, digitalized, standardized, and transparent. So that countries and companies can convert energy access outcomes into high integrity, high quality carbon credits. That is also predictable both for private investors and for government alike. This week, you will have the opportunity to reflect on how your country-specific ASCENT projects can leverage carbon finance to scale up energy access while advancing national climate change priorities. ASCENT Carbon was designed for one clear purpose: to make carbon financing finally work for energy access at scale. So no project by project, no small ribbon-cutting events. This is large scale. It aims to be transformative with transparency and speed, setting the stage for other projects towards the Mission 300 initiative. The foundations are being laid with the development of specific tools: the Energy Access Standard, the Digital Infrastructure for Energy Access and Carbon Finance, a model carbon market policy framework, a pipeline of carbon credits, and a mapping of buyer interests. Over the next 3 days, I invite you to build on these foundations and translate them into concrete actions and roadmaps to mobilize carbon finance for expanding energy access and helping your country achieve the goals under your Mission 300 National Energy Compact. I invite you to engage in the discussions, share your practical experiences, and draw on the experience represented here in the room. We are at the threshold of an unprecedented opportunity to close the energy access gap by in part leveraging and harnessing carbon markets to achieve results faster and, I hope, cleaner as well. So with that, I'm really happy to see all of you here. I'm really happy to see a full room of still alert and excited participants. So I wish you really well for these ASCENT Carbon Days. And I want to reiterate the entire World Bank Group and our partners' strong support and commitment to supporting all of you as you continue on this journey. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves another round of applause. The location of this place, if you want to access the washrooms, you use that door. If you don't want to be seen, you can go round, down, and there's another door on the back side. Yeah. So at this point in time, I think we should be able to know who's here, where we are coming from, what we do, and I think I'll start with this table, so that you just give us your name, what you do, and which country you're coming from or organization. I'll start with you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliette Bena. I'm Energy TTL for Burundi, World Bank.
Hi, my name is Ashia Biosawe, and I'm a carbon finance specialist, World Bank.
Good morning, I'm Stefan Zelazny. I'm the Managing Director of the Access to Energy Institute, A2EI.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Salom Mugisha. I'm in charge of program energy in Burundi.
Good morning. I'm Christian Nimobona. I work as responsible to adaptation and mitigation action in Ministry of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock, Burundi.
Good morning, my name is Gemma Torres, Climate Change Specialist, World Bank.
Good morning, my name is Anatona Okishika from Burundi, Ministry of Energy.
I'm Olivier Mahoul, I'm the Manager for Climate Finance at the World Bank.
And I'm Thomas Dubo from the Access to Energy Institute.
Okay, so in no particular order, we'll move to the other table.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Jean Gabriel. Je travaille au sein du ministère de l'Environnement et Développement durable, plus particulièrement au Bureau national du changement climatique et RED+, service atténuation Madagascar.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Razaf Razat. Je représente la Société nationale des eaux et de l'électricité de Madagascar et bien évidemment, je viens de Madagascar. Merci.
Sorry, before you move, in case you need interpretation services, we've got headphones on the tables, so you can utilize them. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Roger Andriamparan du ministère de l'énergie et des hydrocarbures de Madagascar. Merci.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Henriette Rangiatsungaina du ministère des Finances Madagascar.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Moi, c'est Fanouma Rouchoueliné, secrétaire exécutif par intérim de l'Agence de l'éducation rurale de Madagascar. Merci.
Hi everyone, I'm Mahamadou Maïga, World Bank from Madagascar. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, je continue en français. Razvan Chandrou, je suis expert en DMRV, Banque mondiale.
Logistics and Carbon Pricing Specialist based in RCC to UNFCCC in Kampala. Thank you.
Thank you. The next table.
Bonjour tout le monde, je réponds au nom d'Oninheretse Bonaventure. Je suis du Burundi, je suis le directeur chargé de la coopération économique et financière au ministère des Finances.
Bonjour à tous, moi je m'appelle Daikundira Aloïse, chargé de la planification à la régie des sociétés de...
Yes, good morning. My name is Vida Male. I'm from Tanzania, Ministry of Finance, working with the external finance in charge of climate finance, and we are looking for the carbon credit as a source of revenue back home. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Magdalene Gatiri from Kenya, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Assistant Director, Carbon Markets, Climate Change. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Chama. I coordinate the Eastern Africa Alliance on carbon markets and climate finance. I'm based in Kampala, Uganda, within the RCC of the UNFCCC for Eastern Southern Africa.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Engineer Fidelis Mgamba from the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Marion. Je travaille à Kigali, Rwanda, à la ministère de l'Infrastructure as the Energy Financing Coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Fikini Mtandika. I'm Senior Environmental Specialist from Tanzania Power Utility known as TANESCO.
Good morning, my name is Tokozani Malunga. I'm Deputy Director in the Ministry of Energy and Mining, Malawi.
Okay, so we move to the table behind her. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Rejoice Mututa from Comesa ASCENT. I'm the digitalization expert working on Team Marafi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lam Navra. I am from Ethiopia, head of ASCENT project management at EU, Ethiopian Electric Utility.
Good morning, everyone. It's all nice to see you. My name is Dagim Hiwat Fantahun from Ethiopia. I work as Environmental Health and Safety Director in Ethiopia Electric Utility. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karim Jabbar. I'm the CEO of Carbon Clear.
Good morning. My name is Nora. I'm a senior energy specialist for the World Bank, and I work in Ethiopia and South Sudan.
Good morning. I'm Austin Teo from Malawi, Ministry of Energy and Mining, working on the ASCENT project.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Seward, and I'm working at the World Bank and Climate Finance team.
Morning, everyone. I'm Pen Liu. I'm a senior climate finance specialist with the World Bank. Thank you.
All right, so we move to the next table. The Zambia table.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Lwembe Mwale. I'm the climate change expert based at COMESA. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Moses Kato is my name, Senior Environment Officer, Ministry of Energy, Kampala.
Good morning to you all. Engineer Chris Katende, Senior Energy Officer, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda.
You need to start doing voiceovers.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Desmond Tutu Opio. I serve as a senior mountain evaluation specialist at the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. Yes, Desmond Tutu, somebody's asking.
morning, everyone. My name is Flavia Namagembe. I'm a Climate Finance Officer at the Ministry of Finance, Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Christine Namtebi. I am a Head Connections Officer at Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited.
And my name is Marcus Pullman. I'm Lead Innovation Officer at the World Bank.
Thank you. We come to the Zambia table now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Mainza. I'm Assistant Director in the Ministry of Energy in charge of renewable energy. In Zambia, yes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maiji Selemani from the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment.
Good morning. My name is Mercedes Mwansa, Director Strategy and Planning at Rural Electrification Authority, Zambia.
Bonjour, hello. My name is Martina Bossi. I'm a Senior Energy and Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank.
Hello, my name is Yabei Zhang. I'm a Senior Energy Specialist at the World Bank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nelson Lukele, an economist from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Zambia.
Last but not least, from the Zambian table, I'm John Chirwa. I'm Project Manager and ASCENT Anchor at Zambia's utility company, ZESCO, Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to... Oh, okay.
Good morning. My name is Francis Chibwe, Energy Specialist and TTO for ASCENT Zambia. I'm based in Lusaka. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Good morning. My name is Ajay Jima from TDB. I work in sustainable finance. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anna Wino from Kenya. I work for the National Environment Management Authority in the Department of Programs and Partnerships.
Good morning, Hari Gadde, Senior Climate Change Specialist, World Bank.
Good morning. My name is Monali Ranade. I'm a Lead Energy Specialist based in Addis, Ethiopia.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Ostheimer, and I work for GIZ, the German Development Corporation, in an energy program based in Nairobi.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Claire Nelson. I'm an energy access consultant with the World Bank based here in Nairobi.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alona Kazantseva. I'm energy specialist with the World Bank, working on the engagement that we have with COMESA and ASCENT Comoros.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clementine Mugwaneza. I'm an energy specialist working for the World Bank, and I'm a co-TTO for ASCENT Rwanda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Kanyonga, energy specialist for the World Bank based in Nairobi.
Thank you. We'll go to the other table.
Morning, everyone. My name is Elise Wagabo from the Ministry of Finance and the Department of Climate Finance.
Which country?
Rwanda.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Radak. I'm a Senior Carbon Finance Specialist with the World Bank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahid Maere Sera. I am the Technical Manager on the ASCENT program based at COMESA, Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Musana Martin from Rwanda, Project Manager of Carbon Finance and Energy, Rwanda Energy Group. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bernardin Ravodier. I'm Environment and Climate Change Adaptation Mitigation Specialist and National Focal Point for Carbon Market from Rwanda. Thank you.
Solange Mukumburwa, Social Energy Specialist at Rwanda Energy Group, Rwanda. Thank you.
And last but not the least,
good morning. My name is Sanjeev Kumar. I am Associate Director for Metallurgy Department at Global Carbon Council, Doha, Qatar.
Good morning. Greetings from Qatar. I am the Director of Global Carbon Council, Subhendu Biswas.
Good morning. I'm Bing Wu, Energy Consultant from the World Bank.
Good morning. I'm Aisha Abdulaziz, Energy Specialist with the World Bank based in Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chikondi P, Principal Economist in the Ministry of Finance in Malawi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Clema Hao, Business Transformation Manager at Malawi's utility ASCOM, but I'm responsible for monitoring and operation in the ASCENT project. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm James Namalim. I'm the Deputy Manager for ASCENT Malawi project. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jarvis Mwenechanya from Ministry of Natural Resources, alternate designated national authority for Article 6. Thank you.
Which country?
Malawi.
Good morning. I'm Said Banda, Deputy Director responsible for off-grid electrification in the Ministry of Energy in Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gordon Nyasulu, Chief Energy Officer responsible for rural electrification in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to call the ASCENT team. I can see Nawina, Derek. It's important to also introduce yourselves. You can use any microphones nearby.
Good morning. I'm Ndimbwa Derek from ASCENT team, climate expert. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nawina Imwiko, coming from COMESA, the ASCENT team. Thank you.
And good morning here, sorry, I entered late. Dana Rishanko, I'm a lead energy specialist at the World Bank based here in Nairobi.
And anybody else who's just come in? I know the representative from the Ministry of Energy is in here. And okay, so anybody who hasn't introduced themselves, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Tobias Odongo from State Department for Trade. I'm the COMESA focal point, Kenya.
Okay, any other person who hasn't introduced themselves? All right, at this point in time, I'd like to call upon so I was saying, at this point in time, I'd like to call upon all those who are connected online to just introduce themselves. Online people. All right. So let me call upon Engineer Eric Kiruja to just come and welcome us to Kenya, because I mean he's the host, so and he's representing the Principal Secretary. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great morning that we've been able to meet here as a COMESA team led by the ASCENT. For us, I've just been given a simple task to just welcome you to Kenya. However, before that, I will just say a few things on what we as the Ministry of Energy Kenya, we're proud of this morning. One is ASCENT Kenya is giving us an opportunity to extend what we've been doing or what we know best, that is electrification. That is both rural, urban, and off-grid. For us as a country, we have done milestones in terms of electrification as a country in the last 1 decade, because we've been able to move from as low as 30% connectivity rate to now above 76%. And ASCENT Kenya is giving us another opportunity to continue investing more on the energy sector. And as a country, for us, we leverage on clean energy. And if you look at our grid, for us, our grid operates at around 96 or 92, 93% green most of the time. And if you look at our energy mix, 83% of our energy is green. So when we have ASCENT, is giving us an opportunity to leverage on carbon credit. And as an energy sector, earlier we've maybe suffered or we have been unable to utilize the carbon credit financing that is there due to how we program our projects, how do we come up with the projects. So therefore, these 3 days gonna be an eye-opener for most of us in the energy sector to learn how do we model our projects so that we can leverage on carbon credit and carbon financing. So therefore, for us as a ministry, we are here to learn from our experts. And on the other hand, I will just take this opportunity to let you enjoy what Kenya offers for you. As you saw on the program, you told Kenya is a very peaceful country. Thanks to the coordinator, that was awesome. We really appreciate such a compliment. But it is, we are, and we are so friendly. So welcome you to enjoy what all Kenya has to offer. Around 10 kilometers from here, there is a national park. So for those of us are traveling in Kenya for the first time, please take a time to enjoy the Nairobi National Park. It's just so welcoming, and you're gonna get the very best. You're gonna see quite a few of the big five. And also I will take this opportunity to welcome one of my friends back to Kenya. Aisha, welcome back. Yeah, she has been part of us for the last almost 7 years, and we really appreciate what you did before you left for Malawi. And I hope the Malawi people gonna tap the best from you. So we really appreciate what the World Bank is doing, and we look forward to more engagements. And also, remember the requirement of the ASCENT is being led together with the Energy Compact. So we just really hope that you're gonna get the right funding for this project. And if you have looked at the Kenya National Energy Compact, it's quite elaborate. So for those of us who really think they can invest in carbon credit and financing, Kenya is the right place to come. You're quite welcome. Thank you so much.
A very big hand for engineer. You heard he said that he said we should go to the game park. I want to assure you that entry will be paid for by the government of Kenya. And I will rest assure you that the big five, the three are actually vegetarian, so you don't have to be scared. Yeah. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite all of us in here to walk down and take a family photo so that we can remember these carbon days, ASCENT carbon days. I welcome you downstairs. Thank you. So we use, I think we can follow Ashia. She's right at the entrance, that side. Bank, and Martina Bossi, Senior Energy and Climate Change Specialist at the World Bank.
All right. I hope everyone was able to have a good break, and it's really nice from wow. You guys should all have a turn to come here and see the view. It's really nice to see the full room of our ASCENT carbon family now. So before we start to introduce the topic of ASCENT carbon, we wanted to do, you heard a very good intervention this morning, and we're going to do a little quiz to see who listened. Okay? So does people have the QR code, or how does it work? Okay. So we're going to do a Slido question. It's not showing on the big screen, though. So you're going to use your phone and scan the QR code to respond to our question. Okay, so I'm going to give you just 2 minutes. And really we'll see how much you were awake before coffee. And
by the way, please, you can use the other screens. There's a screen on the left and the screen on the right.
So, whoops. Oh, okay. So how many people does ASCENT seek to provide access to electricity? What? Can you go back? Oh. All right. We have some people saying 100 million. Is it 300 million people? 50 million people? Or really you missed that part of the meeting and you don't know? Oh. It's only ASCENT, yes. How many? What's the target of ASCENT in terms of providing access to electricity? Oh, we're having problem with our IT.
My internet access has gone off completely.
What?
But you can still continue to vote. Continue to vote, it will keep going.
Should I stop sharing? No. Okay, it was supposed to be a really easy thing, and we are having technical difficulties. Sorry. Yeah, we also need the screen for our presentation. Good point. Yeah, we needed to give coffee to the system. Ça va? Okay, so there's a disconnection between what we see here and on the screen, but maybe while the system kind of synchronizes. And so how many people, and we have 83% of you said 100 million people, and 13% said 300 million people. No, wait, 0% said it's keep changing. Seems like everyone thinks it's 100 million people. No, 11% 300. Why does it keep changing?
No, because people are continuing.
Okay, okay, okay.
So give them a little bit.
Okay, so 30 seconds more, vote, and we're going to tell you the answer.
Recording in progress.
Wonderful. Okay, we can go?
Yeah, those who have not been able to scan can still scan the QR code. If you are not able to scan, you can Google slide.com and then you put the code right there.
All right, are we ready for the big answer? All right, we have 71% said 100 million people, 90% said 300 million people, 6% 50 million, and some missed that part of Eric's speech, but that's okay. We wish it would be 300 million people, but right now ASCENT is targeting 100 million, providing energy access to 100 million people. So the majority has passed this quiz, but we will be repeating that, so don't worry. Now, next question. I hope now everyone has it on their system. How much financing does ASCENT estimate is needed to meet this access target of providing electricity to 100 million people? Is it $15 billion? $10 billion or $5 billion, or you also missed that part of Eric's speech? Which is okay. It was before coffee. You know, that's a very valid excuse. Or some of you may not be there. So 30 seconds more. How much does it cost, is the estimated cost of providing electricity to 100 million people? Well, looks like everyone understood that part. It is 15 billion people, $15 billion. So, all right, so that was our little warm-up. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we'll get better at this as we go along. I'm gonna pass on, we're gonna do a little duo in this presentation. We'll start with Monali, and then I'll take over for a little piece, and then Monali will go back. So we'll try to do this as smoothly as possible. Yeah, bear with us. Monali?
Thanks, Martina. Good morning, everyone. Come on, now you've had coffee and breakfast. Louder. Thank you very much. Because if you're not awake, then whatever I speak kind of is, is going to just wash over. So thank you very much again for joining us here. As we get the slides up, just very quickly, if I may actually request my colleagues who are the team leaders for the ASCENT projects in the different countries to kindly stand up for 30 seconds, if I may. And the reason I ask this is Aisha, Clementine, Francis, do we have Rhonda, Alex? Yes, Mohammed, yes. So the reason, no, keep standing, keep standing. Juliet, yes. So the reason I'm asking this is because what we're going to discuss between today, over the next 3 days, is all stemming from the ASCENT operations that are being implemented in your countries. So everything you hear, everything that sounds like theory, needs to be applied to the projects that these colleagues are leading in your countries, right? That's the whole objective of us focusing on ASCENT. Because the conversation you will hear over the next couple, Yabe as well. So we have Alex who works on Kenya, Aisha who works on Malawi, Rhonda who works on Tanzania, Nora who works on Ethiopia, Francis who works on Zambia, Yabe on Uganda, Clementine on Rwanda, and Juliet on Burundi, and Mamu on Madagascar. So the reason this is important is because everything you hear, when you talk about digital MRV solutions, when we talk about carbon market readiness discussion, when we are talking about how to prepare documentation, everything that we talk about stems from the existing ongoing ASCENT operations. So that's the reason why it's very important for us to remember that as we go through the next 3 days. So thank you, guys. But please, let's focus on the operational part of it. So with that, let me just go through the presentation. Is it moving? Oops. Yes. So I won't go into this slide. You heard Eric speak to this, and you will hear us use the words Mission 300 constantly. But that's the reason is each of your countries either already has a energy compact, a Mission 300 energy compact, or is in the process of preparing a Mission 300 energy compact. And that is the goal. That's the objective of energy access, universal access, that we are all trying to support, right? So every conversation we have needs to lead to how do we help that agenda. And that's the reason why we're trying to frame this as was said very eloquently in the opening statements. It's not about we invest and then get carbon. It's more about we invest with the money we already have under our projects, we generate carbon, but the whole intention of making this effort to generate carbon finance is so we can help each of the countries move faster towards the energy access goals, right? So there is a purpose which is inherent to the energy access agenda as opposed to a broader. Which side should I point and click for it to work? Okay. So, it doesn't help to look at my face. But, okay. It's the internet. But anyway, so moving, while they fix this, couple of things while we go to the slides. One is you are all very familiar with what each of your projects is doing under your own ASCENT project. And that is what I was going to put up as the slides a little bit, because what we have right now is let's start with ASCENT Ethiopia right at the end, which is a large portion of it is around expanding access to grid connections, and a significant portion is around connecting more people to off-grid sources of electricity. If we go to ASCENT Zambia, again, it's a combination to connect lots of people to the grid, but then also to provide mini-grid solutions, to provide solar home systems, to provide productive uses. In Burundi, there's actually even a private sector distribution partner whose job is to help connect more people to electricity. The reason I'm saying this or the reason we wanted to focus on this or start with this was because whatever you hear is about this investment is financed from the IDA project, the ASCENT project in your individual countries. But each of those projects, as they get implemented, whether it is the off-grid activities in Malawi, or it is the off-grid activities in Rwanda, or it is the forthcoming project with ASCENT in Madagascar, where you are again looking at grid connections, off-grid connections, and we're not talking too much about cook stoves right now, but of course, cook stoves in each of these countries. What we have is each project is unique because it answers to the specific question or the specific challenge in individual country. But everything is common or similar in the sense that when you connect a new household to the grid, how do you monitor that connection? How do you measure the impact of that connection? What kind of data do you capture from that connection? What's the relationship between the Ministry of Energy, the national utility, the Rural Energy Agency? These are things which are actually quite common across all of the individual countries. And that commonality is what we are trying to build the ASCENT Carbon program around. The way we monitor them, the type of information that we need to extract from each of these projects so that you are able to generate carbon credits from them is actually very similar. Doing in your countries under the ongoing or upcoming ASCENT operations, because that is the starting point. As we were looking at having a couple of slogans or taglines for each of the days, it basically comes down to 3-4 different things. I don't remember the exact ones, but 3-4 different things. One is you have to implement your projects, the ASCENT operations, fast. Unless there is projects on the ground, there is no carbon, right? You have, as you're implementing your projects, you have to do the monitoring, reporting, and verification, the digital solutions. You have to implement them now, because unless we capture that information from the projects being implemented, we can't really get any carbon finance, right? The third big piece, and this is all in the control or ability to control of the people in this room. You are the utilities, you are the rural energy agencies, you are the ministries of energy. This is yours to implement. right? So that's the first important piece, and that's what we will talk a lot about. How many people in the room were at the ASCENT week in September? Okay, so yes, I was wondering. Okay, so the entire theme of our event was achieving results faster together. Because unless we show success, unless we have results on the energy access project, there is nothing else, right? But just implementing is also not enough. We need to have the digital MRV systems, which is what we will talk about later today, to be able to capture the data. Because unless we have the data, again, we kind of really have no option of generating carbon revenues either, right? Then comes the next set of activities, which is to now understand, okay, we have gone from dollar, kwacha, bear, your currency, investment into the project. Now you have kilowatt hours, right, being generated from whichever is the electricity access project. Then comes the question of how do you go from capturing these kilowatt hours to actually turning them into tons of carbon, right? That's what we will talk about later today and tomorrow. We seem to be back in business. Yep. So I'm just going to skip a couple of these slides. What you basically then need to do is, the reason I have the toolbox up is because to recognize, I've only spoken to countries, but we also have our colleague from TDB here. So the regional financing facilities are not forgotten. But then we also have, this is where comes the MESA and all of this effort that we are making, because you go from implementing your project in your country to having benefits, achieving benefits to your customer, your people, for the energy access project. Then starts the journey of turning that kilowatt hours into actual carbon credits. And then is the final journey, which is of converting the carbon credits into actual transaction where you receive then carbon finance. And that's where COMESA and the regional financing regional facility TA platform comes into place, which is where we see the value of aggregation, where we see the ability to reduce the transaction cost of generating carbon for each of the countries, right? Because otherwise, as we have seen time and time again in the past, the volume of credits are not large in this together. So nobody is on their own in trying to figure this out. Nobody is on their own in trying to find how do we get to the standard, how do we generate the carbon credits, how do we do the calculation. That's where the together makes a big difference. So just a very quick recap. All of your ASCENT projects fall under one of these three pillars, right? This is the ASCENT program's three pillars. And all of the carbon credits that we are going to be talking about over the next 3 days are going to be generated through whatever is the financing that's going into pillar number 2, which is expanding grid electrification.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Are going to come from pillar 2, which is expanding grid access, or pillar 3, which is the whole range of distributed renewable solutions, from mini grids to solar home systems to productive uses, irrigation pumps, whatever be the technology that is providing electricity access, and of course also cook stoves. So, okay. So with that, let me hand over to Martina, because I think what is absolutely essential for us to understand and for us to take away from today and from these 3 days is the understanding that the implementation of your ASCENT projects, the implementation of some of the technology solutions, some of the standards, some of the policy requirements, carbon market policy requirements, are basically all of them needed together for us to be able to achieve the carbon finance or to be able to raise the kind of carbon finance that we think there is a potential for. As Eric mentioned this morning, the potential is significant. It's upwards of $1 billion. If we are able to get all of our systems in place, and it's this battle, I see this as a battle or as an effort to raise financing, is better fought together. That's an important point for us to emphasize because there are many countries in the room who have more experience with carbon finance. There are some countries in the room who have less. There are some countries who have better systems in place. There are others who not. So instead of looking inwards, if we look outwards and look at it as something we can all do together, there is a greater possibility of everybody benefiting individually as well as collectively. Before I hand over to, as I hand over to Martina, just one point to remember. Just like the ASCENT carbon projects and the financing is for your country, the carbon asset are also your country. But how do we extract them? How do we monetize them? And how do you find a way to plow it back into energy access, expanding energy access in your country? That's the key conversation for us to have over the next 3 days. So with that, let me hand over to Martina, and then I'll be back.
Thank you, Monali. And thank you to our IT team. We really essential to help us solve our technical challenges. So I hope now we're good to go. And so building on the ASCENT program to electrify 100 million people, bring clean cooking solutions to 20 million people, we're trying to build on that, as we said, the carbon element, extract the value of the carbon associated with these investments. And the objective of this ASCENT carbon program that I'll talk to you about and that we'll be discussing throughout these 3 days, at the end of the day, what we're doing this for is to leverage the carbon finance for energy access. That's what we're doing. We're not doing this to do something fancy or just use new technologies, but it's really, at the end of the day, contribute to the energy access. We're all working in the same direction on this goal. So when we started this work, I think it's important to recognize we thought there was some experience in carbon markets. Some of you may have been involved in the earlier phases of the carbon market under the Clean Development Mechanism. And we learned a lot in this. There's been some good stories coming out of it, but we also learned a lot of the challenge that there are in the carbon markets. I don't know that you can see very clearly. Sorry about that. But really, some of the key challenges that we've seen in the carbon market, and we thought it was important to try to understand them and find ways to address them and incorporate them in the ASCENT carbon program. And so some of the challenges we all talked about and we saw is providing enough scale. If the project is too small, there's too much transaction costs and the market doesn't really pay attention. So generating scale was important. There was a high transaction cost. The carbon generation and market participation process was viewed as quite complex, and some felt left out, particularly in Africa. There was also, we saw high perceived risk from potential buyers, including on environment integrity, but also financial management and concerns about reputational risk of investing in carbon in certain projects in certain countries. There was also, we heard a lot of cases of lack of capacity and experience to really be able to participate in the market. And that's what was particularly the case in Africa for the Clean Development Mechanism. And we also saw some challenges in terms of regulatory uncertainty. As you know, investments want some predictability and some clarity of investments. And having rules changing all the time was not suitable for this. So those are some of the things we saw that hampered going to scale and being able to generate carbon, particularly in Africa. Elements of the solution. Okay. Kind of. Oops. Okay. Oh, the slide is clear now. Yay. The solution elements that we needed to try to see how do we get to mobilize this carbon for ASCENT countries. We thought aggregation, and Monali mentioned it, having the opportunity to aggregate and create a larger volume was important. Digitalizing was important to bring the transaction costs lower, to bring also more transparency. Have rigorous methodologies, robust digital MRV to bring the transparency, super important for the carbon market. Transparency, procurement and financial management, good practices, because at the end of the day, the carbon comes from the implementation, the good implementation of our underlying projects. So we cannot forget that the ASCENT energy project will be key to generating carbon. You can't generate carbon if we don't have a good implementation of the project. Environment and social safeguard. Increasingly, investors and buyers of carbon want to know, make sure that these are underlying projects are managed responsibly in terms of environment and social safeguards. And also try to make sure that the countries in place have their policy framework and carbon market strategy, so you provide some predictability to the market. Okay, so I'm struggling a little bit, sorry. So when the team developed the ASCENT program, we thought it was particularly well suited for carbon. And that's why we thought it is worth making the investment. It is not a free lunch generating carbon, but we think the benefits will be worth it. And this is a good case and a good project that you have all developed together. First, the target is to provide energy access to 100 million people, as you know, and clean cooking to 20 million people. The development benefit is clear. And many participants in the carbon market and the buyers want to make sure that their investment is not only good for the environment, but also contributes to the development of the host countries. And in ASCENT, the storyline is very clear and very compelling. So we think that's a positive attribute to the ASCENT program. Also, you are using, in ASCENT, leveraging technological innovation and digital platform, data and tools. And that allows us to piggyback on that effort that you're doing for better management of the energy access project, to also integrate the needed digital MRV, the monitoring, reporting, verification. So it's not reinventing the wheel, it is adding to what the foundation that is already being built for the energy access project. Having a regional approach, working with COMESA, gives us the opportunity to really increase harmonization, reduce fragmentation, and aggregating, which is very important as well, and helps us, again, also reduce transaction costs, provide more predictability to the market. Also, all your projects are associated with World Bank finance. As any World Bank finance project, it is subject to World Bank due diligence, operational policies, and supervisions. And these things are valuable to the market. They bring a level of comfort or credibility, and as a way, some comfort that some of the underlying financial management risks are being mitigated, the safeguards are also being addressed. And so that has a value. And in terms of value, these are estimates. I'm putting numbers here. They will surely change as we go through the implementation. But on your left here, you have the targets of the energy access technologies. And so you have, pardon? No. Okay. So you have mini grids, you have the solar home system, the Pico Solar, on-grid grid connection, and the cook stoves. All together, these are the targeted interventions that are currently planned in the ASCENT Energy Access Program. If all these materialize with the timing that is planned, we estimate with the methodologies, and our colleagues from the Global Carbon Council will go through it later on. That's the recipe to how to account for the carbon associated with the energy access program investments. And they're taking conservatively, we think it would generate in the order over 80 million emission reduction credits. And you can see the breakdown. The majority would come from the grid connections, about a little bit of a third would come from clean cooking, and then the rest from the off-grid solution. So that is the makeup of currently our best estimate. All this, if we estimate a revenue, a price of carbon, this is, again, just indicative, just to give you a sense of the potential. Things may change, but we need to kind of have an idea of why we're doing all this. Is if we assume that's a price of $20 to $30 per ton of carbon, we're looking over a long time frame, as you see. So this is in the realm of possibilities. We're talking about over $1 billion, as Manali said, potentially between 1.7, 2.5. But all this is dependent of whether the ASCENT project is implemented as we expect it to be. We do the monitoring of all the equipment, and the prices is in this range. But so a significant potential. So just want to show that. Next slide.
Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Bernarde from Rwanda. I'm wondering to ask, between ASCENT countries, World Bank, I don't know if there is another third party, who will own the carbon rights generated from these projects? That is number one. Second, you mentioned here the range of the carbon price between 20 or 30 per ton CO2 equivalent. Who has the right to negotiate the price? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, those are really important questions, very valid questions. They will be discussed later on. But at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the country. These are your assets to negotiate, and the ownership will depend on the decision you take on whether it's the government or you devolve this to the private sector. But it will be very good point. That we'll go more into details as we go on in the next 3 days. What I wanted to quickly show here is when we talk about ASCENT Carbon, it's really a technical assistance, capacity building, knowledge exchange program that we put together to support this effort. Together with all the TTLs that are here working on the energy access program with you, we have a team that will help you support this group to generate the carbon. And so we'll be talking in these 3 days on the carbon standard, that's the methodologies, that's how you count the emission reduction, what are the rules for monitoring, reporting, verification. We'll talk about how you do the digital MRV, how did that connect to the energy access program, and how does that connect to the carbon world as well. So we'll discuss this. It's a key piece of our program. We'll also talk about how it's important we can generate the carbon with the energy access program, but at the same time, in the country, you need to have this regulatory framework, carbon market framework, to be able to approve the project and fund. We can't guarantee purchases. The World Bank, I want to be clear, the World Bank will not buy carbon, but we have a lot of options. We're doing this together with COMESA, our partners, through the Regional ASCENT Energy Access Acceleration Facility that Malama mentioned this morning. And also we have we're fortunate to work with some very talented partners, the Global Carbon Council that is here, Access to Energy that is also here, and Carbon Clear, and we hope to increase that family of partners as well as we move forward. Kind of a delayed reaction. So I'm at the end of my emission reduction from the energy access projects that you're developing. What does it take to move this, to mobilize carbon finance, and to help bridge part of the energy access financing gap? We want to facilitate sharing experiences. We hope you all go back to your respective countries with increased knowledge on how this is done. Also very important for us, and I think for the delegates, identify where are the gaps and where do you need support so we can help structure this technical assistance program together with COMESA and our partners to better support you in this journey. And at the end of the day, we hope you take notes, each country team. We would like you to leave here with kind of a roadmap or actions of things to do for each country in order to help you move in this process. We'll go through all these sessions, and there'll be opportunities for discussing this, but these are the objectives we have for this workshop. And then that's it. Then we hope to leverage carbon markets to support the energy access. Yeah, Monali, back to you.
Okay, so I have spoken to this already a little bit, but I'm going to just take us back to the starting point, and I'm really sorry, but I'm going to keep saying this again and again, which is that the starting point is the ASCENT projects that we are currently implementing or are in the process of preparing, for example, in Kenya and Madagascar, and actually Uganda as well, the new ASCENT project. But I think I'm pointing in the wrong direction somehow. Okay, so I spoke to this slide earlier. This is just a reminder. As you hear our GCC colleagues, as you hear our DMRB, A2EI and other experts, you will be reminded and brought back to the fact that we are focusing why we are all able to do this together, as Martina said. Why is aggregation possible across all of the countries is because all of you are implementing similar activities, right? For those of you familiar with carbon finance, it uses methodologies, right? Converting and identifying how many tons of carbon. You're all doing similar activities. So can I have Team Rwanda please show their hands? And going forward, I would request if you could sit at the table which has your name on it, because there is a purpose why we have tables with country names on it. So how many people from the Rwanda team are actually directly working on the ASCENT project? Okay. So for the rest of the people from the Rwanda delegation, we hope this is an opportunity for you to also learn about what's happening on ASCENT Rwanda project, right? Because the conversation of the carbon finance, the conversation of who owns the rights, how the project will be negotiated, etc., is in your hands because this is your project. This is a project being implemented by the governments directly through the utilities or with private partners, but at the end of the day, it's your project. Similarly, moving forward, and please don't be shy, we are among friends here, or even family here, ASCENT family here. So can I ask Tanzania, who are the colleagues from Tanzania in the room? I see 2 very shy hands, 3 bolder hands. Excellent, right? So this is your project, right, that you are currently implementing in Tanzania, and I think you're in the midst of processing additional financing. So you are going to have even more money towards these activities. The reason I am drawing attention is because hopefully, as you see the tables go by, you will see the commonality, right? You will see why is it that we are talking about aggregation. So next, Team Malawi. Raise your hands, Team Malawi. Excellent. Good. See, now that's called raising your hand when asked. So this is the Malawi project, right, which is under implementation, and I know that several colleagues who are actually part of the ASCENT Malawi team are here. And you see the impact is here mentioned in terms of the number of people that the project will reach, because that's what ASCENT Energy Project's goal is. That's what Mission 300 goal is. But the components, the activities are all about connecting more people to grid, to off-grid, to renewable energy solution, and so forth, which is where the carbon potential lies. Zambia, Team Zambia, show your hands. Good. Excellent. See, I think maybe I should go back to the initial countries because the hands are going higher and higher. So similarly, these are the components that you are implementing. And this is the basis of every conversation you're going to have on the technical aspect, right? On the generation of carbon aspect. Then the second part, which is how do you get this carbon to market, is a slightly separate conversation. But I would like to request everybody who's not involved in the ASCENT project implementation directly to please make an effort to learn, right? To understand, because this is your country's project. Your country institutions are implementing these projects, and you have, from the Ministries of Finance, Ministry of Climate Change or Environment and so forth, it's entirely in your hands to make sure that these projects are able to generate and monetize the carbon that's coming from them, right? So we really hope this will be an opportunity for you to engage a little bit more closely on something that you probably wouldn't do back home on your everyday job. Burundi, Team Burundi, may I see your hands? Great. So wonderful. So I think going forward after this session, let's make sure we all are at our country tables. You will have many opportunities to mix, but just for the sake of coming together as a country team to help deliver this agenda, it would be good if you're at the same table. And then we will do sharing of experiences, so you will hear from other countries as well. Team Ethiopia, may I see? Why are there only 2 hands? You're covering everything? Okay, fair enough. So I hope the commonality jumps out at you, right? Because that is the key strength of us working together. Madagascar, Team Madagascar. I mean, you don't have an approved project yet, but soon. So it's an opportunity actually to be preparing even in advance, right? You don't have to have a project done and ready because you're all working on access projects anyway. I don't have, I'm really sorry to say, yet the project components for Kenya, because it's still in design, neither for Uganda. But can I request nonetheless for colleagues from Kenya to please raise your hands? Can I see who's here from Kenya? So we at this point only have a tiny delegation, but I hope you will still have a significant potential to generate carbon as the project is designed. Can I see a show of hands from the only country that I haven't called yet, which is Uganda? Oh, look at that. See, wonderful. Thank you. So the Uganda project, the ASCENT Uganda operation, is expected to build on the project that you're already implementing, right? So you already know what are the type of activities that you're currently doing. So that's basically where we are seeing the opportunity where all of you doing your own projects in your own countries are doing very similar activities, and that's where it all allows us to bring it together. No, I'm not thanking you just yet. This slide is hard to read. Maybe it's easier to read on the smaller screens. But this slide is why we think maybe slice, which is the current ASCENT operations, right? And as Eric was saying earlier this morning, our ability to find financing from development finance partners, etc., is only so much. And in each of the countries, we need, and this I'm saying directly to our colleagues from the Ministries of Finance, you understand the challenge of trying to raise and identify and access more money for energy access and development projects. There's so many priorities that are competing with each other. So it's not that easy just to find more money and fill this gap. And that's where comes in the potential and the urgency and the need for us to find every creative way to access funding or access new sources of financing. And that's where there's no way that carbon is going to fill this giant gap between what the ASCENT project is doing and what the big financing need is. But it helps us move gradually forward, right? It opens a new source of financing, which you can do many things with. But the point is that unless we make the effort, these big goals are not going to be met. And that's where comes in all of this, here and organizing this. If we are not necessarily going to be the ones buying the carbon, we're here because we are your partners on Mission 300. The energy compacts that you all have prepared, these are for the Mission 300, which is World Bank, African Development Bank, and partners, joint effort with your governments. So we are trying to help find every possible way to fill the financing gap, and carbon finance is one of those options. And that's why we are trying to make this effort through the ASCENT program to help find any and all ways forward and avenues for engagement. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much to Monali and Martina for the presentation. The next session is going to talk about the big picture from project to carbon credits. And I would like to call upon Harry Gade, the Senior Carbon Finance Specialist at the World Bank, also representative of the Global Carbon Council, GCC. A big hand. I know we are just from having some coffee and lunch is about to come, so let's please give him a bigger hand.
Good morning, everyone. So I think this is the first the technical discussion that we are entering into. I think we heard from morning during the opening remarks and also from both Martina and then Monali, why we are doing it and then what exactly this program is all about, and of course the role of the carbon finance and what are the things that we are going to cover in the next 2 days. So in my presentation, so we are going to talk about, of course, how we take from projects identification to the generation of the carbon credits. So we're not going into detail, of course, the entire process, etc., because we are going to deal with those aspects in individual sessions over 2 days. But I think here, just to introduce you to the carbon market ecosystem, I'm sure many of us here, especially colleagues from the Ministry of Environment, are fully familiar with the process, and also some of us either in the past or currently involved in some kind of a carbon market transaction, also familiarized with the entire process. With, of course, with the specific requirements under the Paris Agreement and also for the voluntary carbon markets, it is, of course, a bit of hard for non-carbon market people to familiarize with this whole ecosystem, and also to familiarize with some of the terminology that we all use in our regular operations related to the carbon. So we will, of course, introduce those things to you so that you will not get confused when we talk about those terms in the next couple of days. And of course, also we did a webinar a couple of weeks ago to introduce this whole energy access standard, which is the backbone of this whole carbon markets operation for the ASCENT program. So we, of course, I'm sure many of you are not actually attended that particular session. So we refresh some of those concepts behind this energy access standard, so that again you appreciate the value add of why we are doing that. And then finally, of course, we set the foundation for the next 2 days. So now, before we go into the ecosystem, a few things to familiarize with, so that we all on the same page, and especially when it comes to certain things. One of the things that we all also hear is this is the starting point, which is the mitigation activity initiation note. This is what also called main, which is the starting point for any the ministries of environment or whoever is responsible for making decisions in your individual countries whether to approve this project for the carbon or not. Of course, this is named main in some countries, and in some countries only activation initiation note, or some countries project initiation note. But the basic idea behind that is to familiarize with the project, how this project is generating the emission reductions, how it is going to contribute to the sustainable development benefits of the country, so that the agency that is responsible will know more about this project. And then comes the mitigation activity design document, or MAD. It's
like, I don't know why they put this as a mad, because we're all mad at how things actually, need to be put into this document. But this is the core of the entire carbon market transaction. This document gives you the entirety of the program. I mean, it's like how this program is, of course, generating the carbon credits, why this particular program needs carbon revenues, how we do the monitoring of the different data, and so on and so forth. So this is, of course, another terminology that you hear next 2 days. And then, of course, energy access standard, as I mentioned. Of course, this is the standard that is developed by an independent standard bodies like GCC or UNFCCC and all others, so that projects need to use this standard to go through the entire process that is needed. And then the carbon methodology, I think again, this is what basically specifies how you calculate your emission reductions, how you demonstrate the role of the carbon credits, and then so on and so forth. And then the digital MRV, of course, this is also, we talk a lot about this one this afternoon, like what the role the digitalization plays in terms of like ensuring that we collect the data accurately and also improves the transparency of the information that we collect. And then of course, the letter of approval. This is when you come to the process side, where this is, of course, in the first stage of getting the approval. That is basically the SDGs of the country. It doesn't impact your NDCs and so on and so forth. So it gives fair amount of like certainty to the project developers that okay, I can now go ahead and then develop the carbon transaction. And then of course, another one is, of course, letter of authorization. I mean, this is the very crucial document at the time when you ready to transfer the credits to the buyer for different uses. Depending on the use, of course, this letter of authorization specifies the different requirements. I think this is the one of the new requirements that was introduced as part of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And then the corresponding adjustment. Again, there's a dedicated session on that one tomorrow, where we talk. This is a concept to avoid double counting of these emissions reductions that you transfer to other country for different uses. So then how you need to adjust your emissions in your own country. So this is the whole new concept again introduced under the Paris Agreement, mainly to avoid the double counting. Then of course, this is the mitigation outcome purchase agreement, MOPA we call it as, which is the transaction agreement that needs to be signed or entered between the buyer and seller, that specifies the legal requirements under which a carbon market transaction happens. I think, and then of course, finally, I think this national registry, which is again just to track and then monitor all the transactions, all the activities that are happening in the country, so that the agency responsible for ensuring that you meet your NDC have information to in one place, that is basically through the national registries. Now, of course, the final one is the carbon markets policy framework. This is, of course, a document that specifies all the requirements that different stakeholders in the country needs to follow in order for you to participate in the carbon markets. So these are the different terminology that you all hear in the next 2 days and different sessions, so that you will know basically what exactly they mean by, and then why actually they play a critical role in different parts of the ecosystem. Now, this is a very complicated diagram, but just to tell you what exactly the carbon market ecosystem consists of. There are basically 4 plus 1. I mean, 4, which is of course project development, which is of course we are all familiar with, where we implement the project and then we describe the project activities in either in a MAD document or the main document, which will form the basis for someone to verify and then validate. Once that project is developed and then put it into the specific documents, then of course it goes to the validation and then all the requirements that are specified in the underlying methodology and also any other requirements specified under the standard. For example, in this case, energy access standard. And then, of course, once this project is validated, then in our terminology, it will be registered with that particular standard. That means like that project is now eligible to start generating carbon credits. So then comes the project gets implemented, and then that's basically where the job of the project entity or the rural electrification agencies come into, where we track the data specific to the individual projects, how much kilowatt hour it is generated, and so on and so forth. And that's basically, again, we develop the monitoring report for that one, so that we can quantify how many credits actually generated from that project during a particular period. And then that data will be again verified by again independent entity that's also accredited by the standard body. That's basically again to certify that okay, this project has generated these many emission reductions during a particular period, so that those credits are now eligible for sale. But of course, that's basically where the letter of approval and letter of authorization comes into picture. And then finally, of course, this all the things. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to ask the difference between the letter of authorization under independent validation and the letter of authorization under the carbon.
Yes, I'll come to us. So, at what stage actually this letter of approval and letter of authorization will be issued? So different governments follow different modalities here. As a private sector developer or who is actually developing the project, I want to have all of these documents at the beginning, so that I'm certain that yes, my project has got all the approvals that are needed for me to not only generate but also to sell the credits. But I think, as we all know, the amount of the information that is available at different stages also vary. I mean, because at the initial stage where I develop only the main, which is the initial note, where of course I will have a very few details that may not be enough for Ministry of Environment or the DNA, Designated National Authority, which is responsible for issuing these letters, may not be comfortable basically to issue the letter of authorization. So they will postpone that decision to either at the validation, after the completion of the validation stage, or even actually up to the, wait until the issuance stage, because that will have an impact on the ability for a country to meet its NDC. So that's why the decision points will vary from country to country. These all things needs to be very clearly defined in the policy framework, so that as a project developers, we all know at what stage I expect different approvals and authorizations, so that
Recording
I can plan
stopped.
accordingly. So that's
Recording
why
in progress.
you see letter of authorization appearing at different stages, just to highlight that countries can take decisions at the different points, because there are specific requirements under UNFCCC at what point in time you need to give the authorization, and so accordingly, so countries have flexibility to issue it at various stages.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Where is the place of the main mitigation activity initiative? No.
Yeah. So main is of course actually at this stage. Here at this stage actually the one at the beginning of the I did not put that main in this case, but in the diagram. But for letter of approval, the main is what actually is needed. Sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yes, main is that is the starting point before actually you start your PDD or MAD document preparation. So that's the step 0, I would say, which is what actually every project developers needs to prepare. So this actually, of course, diagram reflects like the process that the national authorities follow, and then as the project developers follow, and then what the standard that we use need to follow. But they're all connected, and then there, of course, you can see that there are parallel processes. But I think it's very simple to understand that, of course, you start with main document and then PDD, and then you apply for the approvals, and then you go through the validation process, get it registered, and then parallelly you also, of course, secure the letter of authorization, and then you transact. So that's how actually, of course, it works. Maybe, yeah, this slide will give a better understanding of what actually documents and what decisions are needed at the different stages. So for example, if you see at the project development stage, so we have a main letter of approval or authorization, and then project design document, and then at the validation stage, it's a validation report, and then of course again, because you see again multiple times the letter of authorization appears here because it all depends on the local DNA's decision to give at different stages. But this is of course a snapshot of what different documents one needs to prepare, what different decisions actually will entail at different stages, and also who are the key actors that are involved in the process. Now, as I mentioned, so this is the process. How do we actually accelerate this whole process? So what are the some of the important things that any government actually needs to look into? So there are 4 pillars, I will say that one, which are very critical in order for to assess that whether this particular country is fully ready and then everything is in place, so that the buyers will have a full trust in the process that is established. So what we call is the cross-cutting enablers. Again, we talk these things in detail in different sessions, but I just wanted to introduce you some of those things. So one is of course, the policy and regulation, as I mentioned. Here it has alignment with NDC. That's one important thing that every government will look into, how this particular project aligns with your NDC, whether it of course supports meeting the NDC, or is it going to impact your ability to meet your NDC. So that is the first thing that of course this policy framework look into. And then the thing you mentioned in the morning is that you asked in the previous session, the legal status of these carbon credits. I mean, who owns these credits? Who actually has the ownership right? So those also, of course, some of the governments are defining all of these into their policy frameworks. This is again another critical element that every government needs to look into. And then the final one is of course, strong institutional frameworks. We'll talk this afternoon. So what are the institutional arrangements that should be put in place in the country to make different decisions? So these are the 3 important elements under the policy and regulation. And then comes the financing and risk mitigation frame instruments. Of course, here again, we talk about this one again. So then how do you actually assess the price of the credits that you need to sell it? Now that you need to do the corresponding adjustments. So pricing strategies vary from country to country depending on how you define your NDC and how these projects. This is again another important topic that we talk about this one in day 3, but I think many countries are already started looking into that. And then of course, results-based climate finance. This is again, like if a government decides not to sell credits and then want to keep all the credits to themselves to meet their NDC, so then what is the role that results-based finance can play, so that the carbon credits can be retained by the country. And then of course, there are multiple options that countries looking into, like selling a portion of the credits and then retaining the remaining to themselves. So we'll talk about then this is of the process that we follow. So I don't know, it's taking time. So, but yeah, again to summarize what I just mentioned, then we calculate emission reductions. We go through the validation and then registration, and then of course the verification, so that it will be transacted. So with that, so maybe I'll ask Shrivendu to talk a little bit about the energy access standard. But these are the topics that we are going to talk in the next 2 days, starting with institutional arrangements, then digital infrastructure, how we need to collect the data and then we manage, and also the authorization and approvals that countries needs to follow, and then finally, what are the monetization opportunities that exist, so that you all have a full clarity on the entire ecosystem. With that, I'll ask Shrivendu. You want to have? Okay. I don't think you can do that. Yeah. And then we'll come back to some discussions after this one. Sorry about this. Let's share.
Job of the standard in itself, right? So job of the standard in itself, right? So there's a standard sitting. We are the bad boys actually in the room. So sorry for it that we are not supposed to be a part of the project discussion. So although we are going to hear stuff, we are going to ignore it. Okay, so so because at the end of the day we're going to ignore it. Okay, so so because at the end of the day we have to say yes or no to the project, right? So whether it qualifies, it doesn't qualify. Whether we give credits or we don't give credits. So there will be a different set of requirements for each of these phases which are there in the project and all. Just to come back a bit on I saw there was a confusion on the authorization part of it. We will obviously deal with it in details. But we as a standard understand that there are three different kind of authorizations that come in. Authorization of an entity, authorization of the project, authorization of the credit. So generally the authorization of the entity and the authorization of the project comes early on, maybe at the time of validation, at the time of registration. Authorization of credit comes at the time of issuance, right? So it can come at different points in time, although the way that it can come is it can come in one document, it can come in 3 documents. So we're open to it as a standard. But the fact is that it may come at different points in time. It's okay with us because that's what the Paris Agreement asks for. And furthermore, we will have another session wherein we, as a standard, need safeguards. What are those safeguards? Say, for example, the country authorized credits and said that they are going to do corresponding adjustment and they did not follow up with the corresponding adjustment. Then what? What is the safeguard? How do you take care of those eventualities and all? Those are also requirements that we set as a standard when project goes through our standard. If there's a separate standard sitting somewhere, they will have their way of looking at these risks of how it would get mitigated. So just let me know if it is too heavy at some slides, I'll skip it. But just it's an idea to let you know what is this project documentation we are looking at. What are those elements in it? a one document that we are looking at when we make a project? No. We are not looking at one document in order to make a project out of it, unfortunately, right? So one that's sitting on the top is a standard. The standard will say, what projects do we encourage, do we allow to get into this program? In order to be able to do that, what all documentation needs to be prepared? What are the basic requirements to be fulfilled when it comes to baseline, methodologies, crediting period, renewability, and all? That's there in the standard. In order to be able to quantify credits, you need a methodology. What is the methodology? Methodology is a way of calculating credits from different kind of interventions. So you might have grid extensions, you might have solar home systems, you might have cook stoves. Each will have an algorithm running in order to find out credits. That's sitting in the methodology. The methodology will also say what all data points do we need in order to be able to give you credits. At what frequency do I need? What are the qualities that needs to be there in these data points in order to be able to deliver credit? So that's sitting in the methodology. The third document is the validation verification standard. So we are a standard. We cannot assess our own standard requirement. We need a third party. But these third parties, whom we call auditors, are accredited by us. They are called validation verification bodies. So there are 18 validation verification bodies sitting with GCC who would act as the validation verification standard. But they would also ask us, okay, what do I need to look at in the project? What is it that you want from it? What do you accept? What do you not accept? So all those requirements are in the validation verification standard. When do we go in to do an audit? Do we need to do an audit during the verification? Or do we need to do an audit during the validation? Do I need to do a site visit? How do I assess whether there is environmental safeguard in the project? How do I assess whether there is some kind of a contribution to SDGs for the project? All these are there in the validation verification standard. So this is a guidance document based on which the third party entity will do an audit of the project. And then what will happen? They will give they cannot, see, it's a validation body, they cannot register a project. They will request a registration of the project to us. We, as GCC, also cannot do a registration. There is something sitting beyond GCC, which is called the governance setup, which are independent experts in this field who make up the steering committee. We will also request the steering committee saying, okay, the validator verifier has checked, they found it okay. We as GCC have counter-checked, we find it okay, but you have to finally let us know whether it's okay or not okay. So they represent the best practices in the market. They represent the voice of the market. They take care of all kind of eventualities that can be there. So they say, okay, whether it can be finally registered or not registered. So that's the governance setup. Now, once we come back to the slides. So in the governance setup, you will also see there is something called a regulatory committee. So what does the regulatory committee do? Now that I've prepared a standard for the ASCENT program, I cannot publish it just like that. There is again a regulatory committee who's sitting outside who will look at it and say, okay, what you prepared is good enough, or we feel there are gaps. We feel the industry might not accept it because of these reasons. For example, they came back and said, you have defined a program as one country, one technology, that's one program. We find it's too limiting. They will have their views in saying. But we have to say, why is it? Because there's a DMRV component driving it therein. So we made it a very simplistic workflow. So there is a regulatory committee sitting here in. So whatever we prepare, one slide back, please. Yeah, thank you so much. So there's a regulatory committee sitting there in. So whichever document we make, whether it's the validation verification standard, the methodology, the super standard, which is the EAP standard, everything has to go through the regulatory committee for approval because they are an external agency. Because we are going to prepare our own standard and we are going to assess against it, we might get biased. We might feel that the standard had a loophole. We found it later on and we will not expose it, right? We will say, okay, everything is fine. There's no problem. That's why we need a regulatory committee sitting there. Then there are sustainability claims that you make with respect to the project. The project has separate contributions to national sustainability goals and all. How would you demonstrate that and how would we assess that? That's in the sustainability standard. Now, this whole thing goes through a process, right? So obviously you're going to say, okay, I understand the whole thing. So how do I apply? What is the starting point? Where do I go? That's in the process. The process will say, okay, this whole thing is on a digital platform. We call it Project Portal, which we have made one. Come on it. This is the starting point of your applying for a project registration. The whole thing is there in the program process. You're going to say, okay, I applied the project and it goes to GCC for validation. What is the time frame? When are you going to come back with your comments? When is the validator going to come back with their comments? Everything is defined in the program process. Okay, the project went forward and you are on the verge of registration. You find out there is something that has changed in a project. How do I incorporate the change? What do I need to do? The change might come even after registration. The change might come even after issuance has happened for the first year. So how do these changes get accommodated in the standard is defined in the process in itself. DMRV acceptance criteria is something which is not relevant for you, but that's there in GCC because we also accept DMRV into standalone projects. Yours is a program. There's a different service provider sitting here in. We have a different standard on double counting. As we said, these credits could be doubly counted, right? It could be used by the country for their NDC compliance. It could be sold overseas as ITMOs. How do we prevent that from happening? The same mitigation activity might be sitting with our standard, can be sitting with some other standard, delivering credits. How do you prevent that? All those are taken care of in the standard for double counting. CORSIA. CORSIA is a separate market in itself for the airline sector. We have to approve the standard under CORSIA. And there are certain requirements for CORSIA which are different from the rest of the market. For example, CORSIA Phase 2 is what we are applying for at this point in time. They are more or less aligned with the 6.4 of the Paris Agreement pathways on having to establish BAUs, downward trajectories, and other stuff and all. I won't go into that. So CORSIA standard says, okay, now I approve you, you can issue credits for CORSIA market. So we get separately approved by CORSIA as well. So there is a super standard sitting on above us to do analysis of how good are we. And one of them is this CORSIA standard. So that says, okay, the credits that come out of this program can be sold to airline sector. That is given in the CORSIA standard. And finally, there are several tools and standardized baselines. What are tools? Supposing you want to find the emission factor of the grid, how would you do that? That's not in the methodology. That's a separate tool in itself. The tool decides, okay, depending on the type of the grid, how do you calculate? So there are several tools which are there. So tools are always referred to in the methodology, and at separate section it will say, okay, use the equation given in tool number this. So there's a cross-referencing. So it's not to make you confused, but the fact is that there is quite a bit of learning that has to go into when you may want to deliver a project, starting with the standard in itself. Now, what happens when you actually go get a project registered, get the issuance done? Where does the whole credit get issued? It gets issued in the registry. Registry is like the bank, where credits are going to go and sit in the account of the focal point 2 is the word that we use, or the guy has the rights to the credits. So these credits are going to go and sit in their account. Then they can transfer it depending on the authorization that they receive from the country. So the registry for us is maintained by S&P, but we run it, we operationalize that. And there's a separate registry of the country, which is called the National Registry, which takes an accounting of how much credits was issued, how many did I authorize for transfer. So there are 100,000 credits from this project. I did not authorize 100,000. I authorized only 50,000 that could be transferred overseas. So how many did I authorize? How many did actually get transferred? All these accounting is done in the National Standard Registry because the country is liable to do a corresponding adjustment later on. So if it transferred 50,000, corresponding adjustment has to be done for 50,000 on the inventory. So that accounting is in the National Registry. Finally, the portal, which is the digital project portal on which the whole thing of actually getting a project, doing the validation, bringing in a VVB, getting the report, we assessing, steering committee coming in, post-registration, issuance coming in, project data coming from the DMRB platform, automatically issuing credits, going to the transaction registry, everything is dealt with in the EAP platform. So the EAP platform can also combine with a carbon market infrastructure CMI portal, which we also offer to countries. And there's a separate carbon engine which is running, which calculates credits from raw data and gives to us and has all the repository of the data which is given there. Sorry if it bored you quite a bit, but then I thought this is the whole picture of what you need to do in order to get from inception till delivery. All these is to be taken care of. The next slide, please. This is the structure that we have discussed and frozen upon, that an ASCENT program would be defined as a POA, program of activities, because what we said, we talk of market scaling up. We talked to the fact that one of the bigger problems in the market was small projects in itself cannot take care of the cost incurred in order to get the credits on the ground. So we club them together as a program over the period of time. So one country, one technology, one program, and what sits below them are called MAs, and mitigation activities, which are individual projects in itself. So if we are talking of solar home systems, one solar home system installed on a household is one MA, which is there, okay? So there could be 20,000, 30,000 solar home systems which constitute one program in a definitive country. So that's how the structure is at this point in time. So can I go to the next one? Let's move on. Okay, there are certain words that will come on and off when we discuss further. When you make the documentation, you need to understand the meaning of each of them. Baseline, obviously, it means what would have been there if the project had not been there. If this solar home system would not have been sitting on my rooftop delivering power, where would have that power come from? That's the baseline. Okay, so simple terms, what are the alternatives to the project? What would have happened there? Additionality, this is a bit tricky, that why does this program need money from carbon revenues? Is it not a good business in itself to be able to do these projects? Why does the carbon market need to support these kind of projects? Is dealt with in the additionality part of it. Bit tricky because this is not a mathematical formula. It's more of a demonstration and we acknowledging that all the problems which are there with respect to projects and all and approving projects. That's the additionality part of it. Mark you, one caution I would like to make to y'all is, because you are such a big program, you would have a huge amount of documentation already on the net regarding ASCENT. Please, we as the auditor look at those as well. Even if you tell me this project is not so good, I will go on the web and figure out all that is there. And I can already tell you there are quite a few documents which says this is a viable project. So you would have questions coming in on that. You need to say why you said it. I see an EIRR of 32% on the web, right? And if you come out with a different number, I will say, it doesn't match. This is on the web, public. How is it not matching and all? So that's the job of ours, right? And if I don't do it, someone sitting in the world will do it and will raise this question. If I raise it and get it clarified, they will say, okay, they asked for it, they got the clarification, they're okay with it, I'm okay with it. So we have to ask all the questions. So there's a lot of documentation which should be there on the web in public domain. Please have a critical look at everything that you have said in the public domain with respect to additionality per se. Inclusion criteria. So for example, there is a MA which has got installed today. Can that MA be included in this program? So we have a set of rules that needs to be followed. You can include it provided you have A, B, C, D, E. That's called the criteria. So whenever a project gets installed, they would have to come onto the portal and tick, yes, A, B, C, it is supposed to be in this region, it has to be this size, it has to be this technology and all. They're just going to say, okay, 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 and provide evidence against each of these okays and give it to us. We assess and say, okay, it fulfills all the requirements. Tomorrow onwards, all data that starts flowing, you get credits out of it. So that's the inclusion criteria. Monitoring requirements, that's a part of the DMRV. What all data needs to be monitored, what frequency it needs to be monitored, how you're going to capture it, how GCC gets an access to it, and stuff. Environmental and social safeguard, very important from us, from our perspective and the market's perspective. The project should not have any negative connotation with respect to environmental performance and social performance, so you have got to demonstrate that. How you do it is there in the standard. So SDG impacts, you want to claim credits that this project is doing something good for the society, has got SDG impacts. There is a separate standard, sustainability standard. That is something that you need to take care of at the program level. And finally, revisions. This is very critical. Please understand, these standards, methodologies are not a one-time job. It will keep changing over the period of time. Today it's revision 1. It might happen within 1 month, it might be revision 3. We are talking of a 20-year program. It might undergo several revisions in between. A methodology can be taken out. A new methodology can get added in. So all these revisions have to be accommodated. How you're going to do it is something that this standard says and you should be aware of. So it might happen when we talk, we say, you know, your baseline is not proper. You said, what is this baseline you're talking about? So these are terminologies which come in carbon markets, and we use it for assessment. The next slide, please. No, too complicated. The next one, please. The next one. Okay. So if I give you a standard, what all would the standard contain? These are the things that the standard would contain, okay? So it would first talk of the principles based on which credits are issued, projects are approved. Eligibility criteria. What all kind of projects are eligible under the standard? Please understand there is a set of eligibility criteria for the program. There are separate eligibility criteria for the project, the MAs. The eligibility criteria of the MA is in the methodology. The eligibility criteria of the program is in the standard. So whatever intervention that you had been showing on the different kind of off-grid, on-grid, grid extension, ones for households and all, please go back to the methodology and see whether this project fits the requirement of the methodology. Because we are still in the process of making it public. We are just assessing the final steps. We have now gone into global stakeholder consultation. Once it goes through, we are going to publish it. Please have a look and tell me my project looks like doesn't fit 100% in your methodology because of this requirement. Then we'd have a methodology, we'd have a standard that the project would not go through because it would not qualify. Have a look at the eligibility criteria. Management system eligibility, that's more or less on the top of it. Additionality, how do you demonstrate? There are certain definitions for a program. For example, start date of a POA, duration of a POA. How do you design the start date? What is a start date? Therein, all the POA DD is program of activity design documentation, right? What would it contain? What methodologies are allowed under the standard? How would you select a baseline? How would you do an emission reduction estimation? How would you put your monitoring plan? Because tomorrow, once the POADD is submitted to us and is registered, we will not look at anything else. We'll only look at the registered POADD. And we say, you said you're going to have 10 data points herein. I need 10 data points. Because that becomes the mother document based on which all issuance are going to happen. If you say, no, one of the data points we thought that we could have, but now we don't have it, so we modified, then you have to change the whole PODD again. You have to redo the whole thing and republish it. Duration of the crediting period, how long would you get credits? Extension of crediting periods. Inclusion criteria, we already talked of. Environmental and social safeguard, we already talked of. The next one, please. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. For the previous slide, it's mentioned that the proposed standard. Why did you propose this Global Carbon Council? Why we have other gold standard, the VCS, etc. Thank you.
Yes, I think World Bank can talk on this. Why not a VHGS or a Vera? Why GCC?
I don't think it's about GCC. It's about the utilization of digital MRV solutions to make everything simpler, faster, less transaction cost, ability to aggregate, right? So it's simply an enhancement on everything that exists. So we have to choose a tool. We have to choose something that works for all the technology solutions we have under ASCENT. And we wanted to make it, as we said several times earlier, we wanted to try and reduce all of these costs which have proven prohibitive for projects like this to access carbon markets in the past. So that's basically the reason. So it's not, so it's an enhancement. That's basically how we see it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now it's mandatory for GGC. It's mandatory, no flexibility to go
For ASCENT carbon, yes.
By the way, the standard that we are making is a standard which can be used by any program. It's an open standard. So if you look at the GCC standard, the VERA standard, the GS standard, that can only be used by GCC or VERA or GS, but this standard can be used by anyone. Now, what do you need in order to be able to deliver credits? You then need a registry to be sitting somewhere, a portal to be sitting somewhere to be able to do that, a governance system sitting somewhere, and verifier sitting. So that tomorrow it can be a VERA, it can be a GS. They can pick the same standard and they can use it. So we are making it something which is for the market. They can use it. Even the methodologies can be used. We are not restricting. For example, we generally say GCC standard can only be used by GCC projects. But this standard, the ASCENT standard and the ASCENT methodologies can be used by anyone. It's open for the market to be able to use it. Right? Okay, now a project is registered. It wants to now get credits out of it. It has to be implemented. Now, it comes back to us asking for credits, wherein the common finance would come in. So what all would have to be monitored and reported, at what frequency would it have been reported? Inclusion criteria, we already talked to him. Non-GHG claims and GHG claims. GHG claims are based on the amount of performance of the plant, and non-GHG based on environmental, social safeguards and SDG impacts. Quality, QA/QC of data, which in our system is automated. It's done automatically using the Carbon engine and Prospect platform and our verifier sitting there, which is not on a project-to-project basis. It's sitting on the top of it, doing all the QA/QC of the data. DMRV system, certification and validity. So what we said, we are not going to come back every time and say, okay, which is the meter which is sitting there in? When did you do the calibration? What is the make of the meter? No. Once certified, 5 years, we don't touch it. We only look at data coming out of it. So these are all the challenges that we had in order to reduce cost. We don't want a verifier sitting there doing a verification, going in looking at the same set of documents, taking another 1 month to give me a report, me assessing another 1 month to give you the credits. So it takes around 3-4 months for the credit to land up in your account. No, we want a real-time issuance to happen. That is why DMRV is an important critical thing herein. All issuance is done automatically. Even we are looking at a real-time issuance, it can be even 15 days that you get credits therein. Yeah, please.
To our colleague from Rwanda, so I think the point that Subendu just made is the reason why we are focusing on this standard. Because I think I don't know if you caught what he was saying, which is the ability to generate and issue credits in real time. This is where we need the digital MRV system, because otherwise, as everybody is very familiar, you particularly would be very familiar, right now, there is a significant lag between the day the project is implemented, right, the solar home system installed on the rooftop or the meter connected, to the date that the credit is actually issued, right? There is a pretty massive time lag that happens between those two. And if we don't use digital systems, if we are not able to do dynamic real-time monitoring, then the transaction cost is also really high, because you have to create blocks of project activities, which then you verify, which then you do the processing for, and then they are issued. So what we're trying to do is to compress the time between the project's implementation and the ability to issue the carbon credits. And that's only possible when you utilize digital MRV platforms, digital tools, and so forth, which at this point in time are completely incorporated in this standard that our colleagues from GCC are presenting. And as Subendu also mentioned, the standard is open because it is associated with World Bank operation. It's a public standard, right? But the point is, will gold standard use this to issue credits? Is hopefully they will one of these days, right? But at this point in time, to get us started, this is kind of the process we are using. So that's just wanted to bring to your attention. And we will discuss this much more in the coming days as well.
Just one more thing, because you brought up the topic of Rwanda. We as a standard have certain requirements spelled out in terms of SDG impacts and environmental social safeguards. We have a separate standard for that. That's what I showed. It might happen the country has its specific requirements with respect to environmental social safeguard and SDG. You might have a different tool to assess that. You may say, GCC tool is not good enough for me. I have a different tool, because I know in the initial reporting to the UNFCCC, you have specified a specific tool for SDG impact accounting. So then the verifier the validator should know what is that which has been submitted, because when tomorrow the credits have to be issued, authorized credits from your country, it has to comply with all the country's requirement, and one of them is the use of a specific tool which is different from the standard tool. So all those requirements have to be brought early on as the time of validation. Verification is a follow-up of the validation therein, right? Or if you say credits, I can only issue credits for a specific type of project, that has to be brought in early on, okay? So that's why. So country's requirement sits on the top of us. We have to comply with that. But these are specific, for example, not that all country has all the requirements with respect to environmental social safeguard or SDG. We have our own standard. They generally say, okay, I study and find it good enough, good for me. Then go ahead. If you have a specific requirement, you have to tell us that one. Finally, market eligibility, that means you can have a credit for the Article 6.2, for a vanilla carbon market, for CORSIA. If tomorrow we get it through to ICVCM, all the requirements are different, has to be assessed and delivered for the market. And finally, avoidance of double counting. If you issue an ITMOS, how do you take care of the double counting part of it? The last two part is renewal of POA. That is, a POA is 20 years, 5 into 4. So every 5th year, you renew it for the next 5 years. So you have a set of requirements which you need to reassess at the time of renewal. What is it? The standard says. And finally, provisions of exclusions and inclusion. For example, tomorrow you must say, no. This MA, I would not like to continue with this program. I would like to take it somewhere else. You can exclude it. But then after some time you said, no, this was good enough. I want to re-include it. So there has to be modalities of how you exclude and include as a part of the standard. So these are the basic heads of which the standards is there. I would not go to the rest of the slides because it's too much and I'm constrained by time. So thank you so much for it.
Maybe we can take a couple of questions because we're already into lunchtime, but maybe if there are any questions anybody wants to ask, maybe we can take it for 5 minutes. Or we can discuss over lunch as well, yes, of course. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Specifically for market eligibility, my colleague mentioned that you can choose anyone, CORSIA, etc. If there is any requirement from them, from potential buyers, to change the methodology. For example, CORSIA, for example, or gold standard, or to adopt other methodologies. As you proposed here, GCC, is it possible to adjust?
Okay. As we said, in order to be able to deliver CORSIA credits, this standard has to be accepted by CORSIA. And once CORSIA, when we apply to CORSIA, we have to also give them the methodology of how we are going to account. If CORSIA says, okay, I approve for you for this phase, first phase, then I can issue credits for first phase based on this. If CORSIA says, no, for second phase, you have to take care of extra requirements, then there would be a separate methodology which says for second phase, you need to do additional A, B, C, D. So that's how you'd get for that market.
I think so. One of the things we wanted to do this one is that because as you mentioned, so right now there's a lot of fragmentation in the market. Why actually gold standard methodology should be different from this methodology or Article 6.4 methodology? So through this process, what we're trying to do is that there should be some uniformity because these methodologies under this standard are aligned with 6.4. It integrates the digital MRV. Of course, it facilitates the real-time monitoring. And then, of course, it complies with all other requirements that are specified. And hence, we don't see actually a reason why this should not be eligible for different things. So hopefully, I mean, it's like, because if you see in detail, if you go in detail, the methodologies are not different from, for example, gold standard methodology. In fact, gold standard has just started their methodologies to align with 6.4, whereas we already did in this one, which is already aligned with 6.4, and yeah, that's the overall aim why we are doing this standard.
Yes, thank you. So it's a very simple question. I'd like to know, because we don't know who we're talking with. Are you GCC? Who are you? Are you a buying company or are you a facilitator? Are you? So know so that it can help to understand what we are doing actually.
Yeah, maybe GCC can answer. So GCC is another independent standard like gold standard, whereas that is actually another independent standard that's out there in the market, similar to gold standard and whereas. Yeah. Yeah, and
Thank you very much. My question was on DMRV system certification and validity. The way I look at it, it's a very good system. I mean, real-time monitoring and all the structures that comes with it. However, in terms of access, there's a huge limitation, especially if you look at one of the sectors here, the clean cooking sector. There's a huge limitation because very many of the companies that are involved in clean cooking do not have, I mean, they may have the desire, but then the financial ability to actually integrate these systems may be limited. Do you have any forward thinking on how you're going to build that, to bridge the gaps that currently exist between the actual implementation of DMRV system certification and the existing gaps that the countries have?
So, well, one is we will discuss this more in the DMRV session, which is all of post-lunch. So maybe we should tackle it there. But the best way to help countries leapfrog to a new technology is to do it at scale. So expecting one company, one country, one project to be able to adopt DMRV is the cost is prohibitive. But if you are actually able to make a push, and through each of the ASCENT projects, there is support available to the country teams to include to adopt digital MRV systems, right? So you're already pushing the boundary, helping standardization, harmonization, right? So it's not a lot everybody trying to do their own thing, but trying to kind of push the entire market in that direction. So that's the reason. How we help on the clean cook stoves agenda is the most complex of all the questions, right? So we do look at that. I don't think we have an answer today, but the point remains that if we are to tackle it, it has to be tackled at scale. We can't allow or let each company to try and find the solution. It is prohibitive at their level one by one. So that's the reason why the effort is to try and help look at a solution a little bit more top-down so that we can kind of push the entire market in that direction. It is the way of the future anyway, so we might as well try and get there faster.
Sanjeev wants to come.
I would like to clarify for cookie stove methodology. Actually, we have thought of that it will not be possible in all the cases that the monitoring is 100% perfect for cookie stove projects. So the methodology has the option of non-continuous monitoring as well. So wherever the possibility that continuous monitoring is possible in cookie stove, that will be issued on continuous basis. But if there is not possibility of continuous monitoring and the data is to be delayed for some time, methodology accommodate that type of project as well. And that will be, the issuance part will be slightly delayed for that part of activity, but methodology accommodate. Thank you.
I'll bring a different perspective herein, not on the cook stove part of it. Say, for example, what are we talking of? We are talking of issuing credits on a 15-day period, right? And we are again saying we are going to give you attributes on SDG impacts. SDG impacts can be assessed on a 15-day period? Impossible, right? You cannot do an SDG impact assessment every 15 days of a program. So we have defined a way of taking care of it, which is like a forward-looking issuances. We are going to do the first assessment and we say this assessment holds good for the next 1 year. We will issue credits with those attributes. It might happen that you lose the attributes after a year, but we are taking the hit as a standard to be able to issue based on what has happened in the past with the view that it will continue in the same fashion in the next 1 year. So we are not doing an end of the pipeline assessment, we are doing a forward-looking assessment. That's why this standard is totally different from how the market is at this point in time. Even in cook stoves, as you said rightly, not that all the data points can be monitored continuously. There's a lot of data points which come at a certain frequency point, right? Whatever we could do it on a forward-looking basis, we're going to do it. Some which cannot be done by any way. Then that has to wait for that assessment, and then the credits can get issued. So if you look at the cook stove methodology, there are two pathways. One is a full digital pathway where all data is digitally monitored. And the other is a conventional where you cannot have those kind of continuous monitoring. So both is allowed. So let's not restrict one type. If they have data, let them go the faster pace. One doesn't have, will go the slower pace way.
Merci. Can I speak French? Oui. Tout à l'heure, vous allez vite fait pour l'explication des étapes à suivre par rapport aux 4 piliers. Vous allez parler des lettres d'autorisation, ensuite les lettres d'approbation et ensuite les lettres de validation. Donc j'aimerais savoir dans quelle étape pourrait-on délivrer ces différentes lettres.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do a rough translation, but the question relates to the letters of authorization, the letters of approval, and the validation. And so in what step do these happen in the cycle?
Okay. So as I said, authorization happens of three things: the project, the entity, the credits. It can all come in one letter. For us as a standard, it can come at the time of issuance. It can happen in 3 letters. One comes at the validation. One comes early on when the project comes. One at the validation, one at the issuance. We are okay with it. But they have to come latest at the time of issuance, when we issue credits in the registry. Even now, what we're doing is, say for example, a country is in the preparatory stage. Would they wait for the credits? No, we are going to deliver credits. We do a post-issuance change. If tomorrow you bring the letter of authorization, we are going to cancel these credits and reissue credits as authorized credits. We are even going to that extent, that even accepting letters post-issuances as well. So we are keeping it open. At any point in time, you can bring in.
Yeah, no, I think one more thing also to clarify, the way actually how it is working in countries at the moment. Every country is starting with a letter of approval, which is of course at the very early stage. That means like when you approach the country's DNA for the some kind of approval, that's the letter of approval. So even if CCC has specified requirements at what point in time that you need to issue the letter of authorization. The latest, I mean, like the beyond which of course you cannot is the what they call it the first transfer. That means like when you transfer the credits to outside your country. At that point in time, you need to have a letter of authorization, beyond which, of course, you cannot, because that specifies like, okay, what purpose actually these credits will be used for, and then you are committing that, you don't double count those kind of things. So it is, of course, a multiple phase, and that's what actually it happens in the country. But just for you to know, letter of approval start with, and then letter of authorization at a very later stage is what actually countries are doing.
I just wanted to ask, thank you for your attention. Thank you for the good questions. The carbon market, people have made things, I wish they would have made it more simple vocabulary, but we kind of have to learn this process. In reality, it's not rocket science, but it has very particular terminology. They talk about corresponding adjustment. Really, you have to think about accounting. That's what we're doing. Credit, debit, we all know, but it has its own vocabulary. But don't get discouraged. We will share. There's been a lot of material presented. We will share the slides, and we will go over these topics again in the next 3 days, and as well as when we work with your countries. So please keep at it. It sounds more complicated than it is, and everyone can understand this. It just takes a little bit of investment and time. And yeah, we wish we could use more simple language, but it's also important that you be familiar with the language that is used in the carbon market and the climate policy, so you can recognize what is being requested. But we will make all these slides available to you, and we'll have the opportunity to go again into these topics during the next 3 days. And with this, we invite you to lunch. I think it's downstairs, the lunch? Follow Asha. Okay, so Asha, you're the leader of the pack. It's by that door downstairs.
start. Can I please have everyone confirm that you are awake? Okay. I know. I wish we could make this a stand-up exercise, but well, that's not going to happen. So, okay. Can I have everyone's attention, please? I'm waiting for a few of the people who are looking at their phones to look up. Everybody is looking at their phone, knows, or looking at their computers. Okay, good. So this is a very simple exercise which we will take about maximum 30 minutes to do. And this exercise is, I will request my bank colleagues who are at each of the tables to please kind of help guide this conversation. The tables where we do not have a bank colleague, I don't think there's any. So, you saw all those complicated flow charts this morning. There's no more PowerPoint for this session. But you may all be wondering, why do we have this combination of delegation from each of the countries? The countries, person who is from the Ministry of Energy to raise your hand. There should be one hand per table. Ministry of Energy representative. Okay. There should be one representative from Rural Energy Agency or the ASCENT project implementation team. Please raise your hand. Okay. Is there a person from each of the countries from the national utility, the grid, the distribution company, for instance? Raise your hand. Okay, so not every one of you has it. That's also fine. There should be one person from each delegation who is from the Ministry of Finance. Raise your hand. Okay, excellent. And then finally, there should be one person who is from the Ministry of Environment or Climate Change or Green Economy, you know? Yes. Who is it? The Malawi table, Tanzania table, Madagascar table? Excellent, right? So why this combination? If we are talking about energy, we should just have energy people. If you're talking about carbon finance, climate, we should only have carbon and climate people. Most importantly, why Ministry of Finance, right? Nothing happens without you guys, as you know very well. But what we want to do in this session is you all have a whiteboard next to you or a piece of white paper on your table. I don't know which is which. I see some tables have a standing desk and some have maybe on the table. So what we want you to do is draw your institutional arrangement. Draw me in 10 minutes how you all cooperate with each other in implementation of the energy access. How does the money flow? Who implements? Who collects the data? That's all I want to know. So maybe the Energy Ministry or the implementing agency is the right project. A drawing, simple drawing. The energy TTL at the table can help you, but 10 minutes to have this conversation. I will be back with you at 1:45. And you can start now. Okay. Move your feet. Just to clarify, the question is only about energy access project implementation. How money flows, how data flows, how you cooperate. Only energy access. If anyone needs help, raise your hand and let me know.
But we talked a little bit about
I see a blank sheet here.
We're in deep discussion. Yes, yeah. Okay, let's draw something.
Okay, so how are we doing? You have 3 minutes.
So this is not carbon finance.
No, this is only energy access project. How are we implementing energy access project? How is your ASCENT project being implemented? Sorry.
Theoretically, we have a CDEV, which is combined. Can we include that?
If it's in ASCENT, include it. Or it's
Well, no, it's on the, not in a, it's not in a cent right now.
So start with the money. Start with the money. Tip for everybody because you have 4 minutes left. Start with the money. Well, implementation and money go hand in hand. How come? Excellent. So I still see at least one blank sheet. I'm calling out blank sheets now. Okay. Okay, so 2 more minutes. You have 2 more minutes.
Recording in progress.
Are you done? Okay. Are you done? Super. So, okay. So now that everybody is done, yes. Now that everyone is done, can I have everyone's attention, please? Hello, hello. It's like totally being. Do we have all the entities on the diagram? Are we done? Okay, so you don't have to make it look pretty. It doesn't have to be beautiful. Are you done here? How's it going? That's like very deep discussion. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is it. Pens down. This the conversation is amazing. Okay, Team Uganda. Team Uganda. We're done. No, you're done. Pens down. The whole world is done. Pens down. Okay, Team Rwanda. I love that. they Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Okay. How does one arrow and two arrow help? Okay, good. So everybody is done. Welcome. Okay, so Kenya team. I think we're done for the moment. For the moment. For the moment. Malawi, Team Malawi. I think you've run out of institutions to put on it. Right? Come. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a seat. Okay, so Team Burundi, Asia, pen down. You gave me a time limit. Yeah. Okay. Are you done? You're done? Excellent. Okay, so first and foremost, let's have a round of applause for the job well done. Okay, so now. So, okay, so now una fini purlo. Okay, so I hope, I hope, I hope first of all, can you please all confirm that you see yourself, your institution, in this diagram? Anybody who doesn't see their department, their institution in these diagrams, raise your hand. Who is not in this diagram? Who are you? Exactly. Who else is not seeing themselves in this diagram at this moment? Who does not see their institution or their department in this diagram? Is it only Zambia where the Ministry of Green Economy doesn't see themselves in this diagram yet? Is that true? That's excellent. The reason I'm bringing this up, the reason why we did this exercise just now was to reinforce the point that energy access operation still includes everybody in this, around this table, right? I think in many other cases, like Kenya case or in Tanzania case, the Ministry of Environment, I think in Zambia's case, the Ministry of Environment plays a role in an access project still, because you go to ZEMA for your approval, but you may not go to Ministry of Green Economy from a carbon finance perspective, right? So at this point in time, you see all the 5 institutions who are around the table reflected in this institutional diagram, as long as they are directly involved in the access operation. In the case of Rwanda, because carbon finance is already in some ways contributing to the project, there carbon is already in the diagram, right? In the case of Uganda, I would like Uganda team to confirm that you see carbon in your diagram because in some ways you are already having some carbon finance conversation, right? But that is not necessarily the case in every other country. And this is where the conversations we will have later today and tomorrow, where we want you to exchange experiences, becomes important, because some countries have already integrated carbon into their energy access projects. In other countries, it's something separate, right? So how have they done it? What are some lessons potentially for Burundi or Madagascar, or two common elements? We have to look across all of the countries, which is, as you heard earlier in the presentation earlier today, which is how do you, your Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Green Economy, the carbon finance part of the government, how does it take the energy access operation, helps it receive the letters of approval and authorization and whatnot, so that they can go to the carbon markets, right? So that's where you start seeing the role of carbon markets. Now, I am under strict instructions from Asia to try and make up for time, which is why I'm going to give you 6 minutes and 23 seconds now to add carbon, whoever is a carbon finance agency, if not already in your diagram, in your diagram. Your 6 minutes and 23 seconds start now. So for Zambia, Moji, please figure out how you can support and be a part of this. For Madagascar, same question. If not already in here, how can the Ministry of Environment help this project achieve? Okay, so do you know exactly how? You know exactly. The fastest and the most efficient way, sorry Luembe, fastest and most efficient way for the Ministry of Environment or Green Economy or Ministry of Planning and Development, I suppose, in Ethiopia, to help the project achieve or access carbon markets, right? What's the most efficient way, not the most bureaucratic way? Because there, the diagram requires Ministry of, the utility will take forever to get anything. And Rwanda team is taking a break because they're already done all the work, right? You're done, right? Okay. So you now have 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Okay, so I don't see Kenya doing anything. Oh, you're done already. Lovely. Oh, sorry. I take that back. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Okay, so you have 120 seconds to solve this. I still don't see any carbon on the. Oh, is this it?
Yes,
Okay.
that's our friend.
Okay, okay. So we're done. Can I ask everyone to take a seat? Team Tanzania. I hate to interrupt. Yes. May I interrupt? Okay. So, okay. So I think all countries are done. Malawi DNA has even made a promise to exactly follow that and make everything work. So, if I may have everyone's attention once again, can you please all reconfirm that you're awake? Exactly, excellent. Can I have everyone say carbon finance once? Excellent. Okay, so now, well, thank you for this exercise. And I am delighted to report to Asha that I'm only 1 minute over time point. So, why did we want you to do this exercise? This is the basis of all the conversation we will now have later today, and tomorrow and day after. This is the diagram that is the basis of the roadmap that we want you to have by the time you leave this workshop on Thursday afternoon. I think but okay. So the reason why we wanted you to have this this diagram, and we will hold on to it, is this is the basis of the roadmap that we would like you to develop and leave with on Thursday. Because these are the people who are going to make this happen. Everybody who needs to cooperate and work together to make carbon finance happen for ASCENT Energy Access projects is now on that diagram, somewhere in some role, right? So let's hold on to this. We will keep it. We refer to it over and over again. This afternoon, right after I stop talking, we will talk about DMR, Digital Monitoring, Reporting, and Verification. Just as you looked at how the dollars flow, just as you looked at how the dollars flow, that's actually in some ways how the data flows as well, right? The money goes from Ministry of Finance in most cases to Ministry of Energy, to the Rural Energy Agency, to the project implementing, whoever is the implementing partner, private sector, government, whoever, project gets implemented. Data flows in the opposite direction. Financial data goes all the way to Ministry of Finance in some ways, right? We all get tracked for disbursements, but the technical data doesn't go all the way, but the technical data has to flow back. And we need more data than what we typically look at in our results framework, right? We're looking for a lot more information, but it's still going to come from the same place, from the same people, through the same institutions. So that's what we want to discuss in the digital MRV session today, right after this. But then tomorrow, as we talk about more details of how does this now turn into a carbon credit, right? All the very complex presentation you saw in the morning, which I hope you take seriously, because there's no free lunch. We have to work hard to get every dollar that we need, but it doesn't have to be difficult and it doesn't have to be complex, right? That's the effort we are going to try and make tomorrow, to try and understand the logic behind what is being asked, who has to do what, when do they have to do, and in what format it needs to be, right? Once there is clarity and exactly who is supposed to be doing what and why are you doing that, life becomes easier. So that is what we will then talk about tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, we will discuss a little bit more about learning experiences, as I said, from each other. But on Thursday afternoon, this needs to become a roadmap from implementation of energy access to generation and monetization of the carbon credits, right? And then what we would really like is for each of you to leave empowered and each of you to leave a champion of what is it that is my role, right? Not to change the world, just my role in this whole thing, so that you're able to go back and communicate it within your departments, but then also with others, right? So with that, I thank you all again for really enthusiastically participating in this process, and to be continued. Ashia, I'm only 5 minutes late.
Are we sleeping? All right, at least we shook our bodies, and so nobody's sleeping after a heavy meal. I want people that you don't have to eat a lot because of the afternoon and what comes with eating. And moreover, I want to make an announcement that at 18:30 p.m. we'll be eating some more and having some drinks. So hope you left some space for some juices. Okay, so after this exciting presentation by Monali, we are now moving to a session called From Energy Access to Carbon Finance, How Digital Tools Support Monitoring, Reporting and Verification. And to do this, I want to call upon Taros Vive, Climate Change Specialist, Digital MRV World Bank, Razvan Sandru, DMRV Expert, Consultant at the World Bank, and Stefan Zelansi from Prospect, DMRV Platform A2EI, and Karim Jabba, Carbon Clear. A big round of applause. We are now getting deeper into what ASCENT is all about, what carbon financing, carbon credits are all about.
Test, yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay. So we are now, hope you had a lot of coffee, because we're now getting into one of the most important parts of ASCENT Carbon Days, which is understanding the role of infrastructure, digital infrastructure. This is not only very relevant and important, but maybe the heart of all the different work streams that we have been working on. The clicker is not working. No, that's okay. Let's do the screen instead of the application. There we go. Yes. Just give me a sign. Yes. So if we can troubleshoot these IT issues today, I'm confident we have a great journey ahead on the digital infra for ASCENT. So let's move to the next slide. Okay. Otherwise, we don't share in Zoom. That's the only way.
There's a notification on top that prevents it from coming. Do you want to update your Windows? Yes.
Anyway, in the meantime, as you could see this morning, we talk about the big picture, carbon markets, ecosystem. It was very technical, a lot of terminologies, but we'll get there. We had policy, we had standards, we had so many different topics. And now we're gonna deep dive into carbon markets infrastructure, specifically a digital MRV system. The digital MRV system, again, it's the heart of Carbon ASCENT in the sense that it's the bridge that will let us convert the energy access data into verified carbon outcomes. And so we're here together with Razvan, World Bank Energy and Digitalization Consultant, with Stefan from Prospect, and with Karim from Carbon Clear. As you can see, it's a very good partnership between World Bank, private sector, COMESA, and all of you to make this highly scalable digital MRV system together. And first of all, before we deep dive into digital MRV systems, can you raise your hand if you're familiar with digital tools like applications, dashboards, sensors that you have been using in the field? Anyone? I promise I won't do follow-up questions. Very shy audience. No one has ever used any digital tool or familiar with? Great. I see a lot of hands. That's great, because I was in Burundi table, I moved to Kenya table, Tanzania, and everyone was talking about this, so I'm glad that everyone is familiar. So who has experience specifically on MRV processes, monitoring, reporting, and verification for carbon, for emission reductions? Anyone here? I see Dan is pointing someone. I see Desmond. Who else? Martin? Mercedes? Maybe? So we have a few colleagues, Tanzania, thank you. So we see that we have a lot of colleagues here familiar with digital tools in general for monitoring, reporting, and verification, probably in your energy sector, results-based financing, and a few other colleagues have experience on the MRV process on emission reductions. And this is important because we're gonna make sure to send messages so everyone can be at the same page. So next slide, if we have reached. Great, next slide. So why digital MRV? Why it matters so much? Many of you who raise your hand, especially doing MRV processes in carbon, have experienced a lot of struggle. Why? Because you see that these processes are manual sometimes. You have to do surveys, doing multiple cross-checks in the field. You are also having data inconsistency. You have some data from one side, but less data on another side, so you have not an accurate representation of the data in the field. You have also higher costs, as Monali was saying before, because you have to create multiple processes, you have higher costs, lengthy timeline, and then what happens is that when you have this fragmented traceability of data, it's difficult to audit it, it's difficult to prove that there's no fraudulent risks about it, right? So this is where we see digital MRV bringing a solution to these issues in a generic way. So if we can go to the next slide. So what is digital MRV? It's quite self-explanatory, right? Processes and systems that digitize what we have now as manually and paperwork, using different technologies to collect, process, and report data to verify energy performance data, to verify emission reductions, and other sectors. So what we can capture in digital MRV? We can capture different types of data, customer data like identity, location. We can capture device and unit data, the installations, the operational status. Also payment data and performance data. If you have another click, performance data is really important. Why it's important? Anyone can guess why performance data in energy is very important for carbon days of what we're talking here. Performance data is what will enable us to quantify these emission reductions. And our colleagues here sitting will be talking more about this. This is where we will see the linkage. And then, so the core functions of digital MRV, again, are data ingestion, data processing, and data sharing. These would be fully automated, lowering the cost faster, and being able to bridging from energy performance data to carbon outcomes through a number of steps, of course, that we will bring you a little bit more in detail in the next slides. Next slide, please. So why this is relevant for ASCENT, the digital MRV? Why so much about MRV? As we said, this is a bridge. It's our bridge for converting real-world energy access activity data into carbon outcomes through the carbon verification engine, which is a platform that we'll talk more about it, that basically is bridging us and going to be able to verify fully automated system to get the final carbon crediting. And so how does it look a little bit into a closer
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it from here. What you can see here. Okay, so my name is Karim Jabbar. Some of you have met me before. I was at I4C last year, and some of you have also met back in Berlin in 2024. We've been working together with the World Bank and Access to Energy Institute to create a digital protocol, so a set of rules for how to leverage energy data that is being collected in the field and transforming that into carbon credits in an automated and fast fashion, in a way that you can have better traceability, more high integrity of the carbon credits, but also making it more affordable for small projects to actually have access to the carbon market. So what Gemma is showing you here is essentially, you could say, on the left side, you have project implementations. So that's the world of energy access. Over here, you have the sometimes complicated world of carbon credits. And in order to make this bridge, we essentially need a set of rules, and we try to digitize those rules. So that will be the next slide. I'll dig into details with this.
We will first go for energy and then the carbon finance, because we had the mix on the troubleshooting IT. So now that we understood why digital MRV is relevant, what is digital MRV, and why it matters for ASCENT being our bridge, let's take you through our journey, a little bit diving deeper into how are we using digital MRV in the energy access, and then how are we using digital MRV in the carbon finance. So bear with us. Any questions on these key systems, terminologies that we mentioned so far? Digital MRV, digitizing manual processes, why it's relevant to ASCENT carbon right now, because it's bridging between energy activity data to carbon finance through a very fast and lower cost system. So this is the key message. And now let's go to energy. Tell us a bit more about digital MRV for energy.
Thanks, Gemma. Hi also from my side. And maybe to start, since we have such an ecstatic group in the room after lunch, maybe if you can click once, only once, otherwise they will see the answer. Let's break it down, these super complex things we're talking about. Where is the data coming from? Let's think about energy access. We all do energy access projects. Where does data come from? Just shout out in the room. I mean, you have microphones. You can shout out in the microphone. Exactly. And maybe not someone from the World Bank then. Anyone, don't be shy. It's me who's on the stage making a fool of myself, not you, so please. Anyone? Users. Great. Private companies. What type of data do you get from the users? Consumption, very good. I see we're having issues with the mic, but we can still hear it. Good, maybe let's move on then. Let's click one time. But basically it's to say that it's not juju. It's not magic, it's not black magic, it's not voodoo, it's not any type of magic. It's very simple. We all, be it connected to the grid, be it connected to a mini grid or to whatever, we have payments. And these payments generate data. Here you have a payment from UCL Rwanda. But if you live in a village and you buy a solar system or a stove, then probably you have some sort of sales agent that comes and sells the data to you. And either they write this data down or they put it in their phone or some sort of customer management system. But the sales agent also collect these data points. And last but not least, we have sensors. We can have heat sensors on stoves, and that's the point on the right, that track the use of stoves. We have sensors in solar equipment, etc. So the technology is there, and so the key is less about And again, it's not magic, it's simple things that happen all the time. And the crucial element is building the systems and the infrastructure to get the data from these sources up. Next slide. And so what we're trying to do with ASCENT and the DMRV ecosystem is basically build the ecosystem that helps transfer this data back up. Which means that you have data coming from the utility, from mini-grid operators, from off-grid solar companies selling solar home systems, and for clean cooking companies selling stoves or e-cookers, etc. And all these companies collect, on the one hand, system data linked to consumption, to the capacity, to the meter number, etc. They also collect customer data, things like your name, sometimes your gender, things like that. And also payment data. When you pay, how much do you pay, and from which account do you pay. So these are, sorry, I'm recovering from a cold. And so this energy access data is then, next click, is then aggregated on a national level in a national DMRV platform. And so this platform, on the one hand, has ability to, thank you, oh, thanks, has the ability to validate the data, can help with verification, and you can then analyze it, visualize it, etc. So the national DMRV platform allows you to basically move up the data coming from all these different companies in an automated way without having to ask all the solar companies in your country, all the clean cooking companies in your country. But the idea is to automatize data delivery and data transfer. So that's what we want. Next click. And so moving from the national DMRV platform, we then also have an ASCENT regional DMRV platform that aggregates selected data points across the ASCENT portfolio, which on the one hand helps us in reporting and automatized reporting, but very crucially for today and for this week is it enables us access to carbon finance. And this is where also the carbon engine that we will talk about later will be housed. Okay, next. And so, again, when people talk about DMRV and platforms and they imagine all things, okay, yes. Actually, let me please finish. I have one more slide and then we can go into the question thing. Also, we have a, yeah, or I'm not sure about the, because, yeah, maybe park it for a second and then we'll come back. A lot of, yes, it's like abstract when we talk about platforms and data. And basically what we're talking about is automatizing this collection of data and then having the possibility to aggregate it and visualize it on dashboards. And this is one example where you can see the capacity installed, the consumption of the clients, etc. Next. And specifically on carbon finance, I'll hand it over to Stefan to make the link on data triangulation and why this is something that DMRV enables us to do.
Thanks, Razvan. I'm Stefan. I'm one of the managing directors of the Access to Energy Institute, which is a technical partner here for the World Bank, and we're working together to really make this possible, make it accessible. And I would like to use the next, let's say, 2 minutes to explain a little bit a very important concept that basically we have been developing in the last years. It's called data triangulation. It had been basically used in the software platform, in the data aggregation. Because if you look at the DMRV again, like digital monitoring, reporting, that all makes sense, people understand. But then there's the V, that's verification. But how do you verify data that is reported by companies? How how do you verify data that is reported by customers, by sales agents? Huh? They tell you, you can digitize it, you can create nice dashboards, but what does it tell you if it's true or not? Like the big question about, is the data verifiable or not? Not if it's valid, but it's verifiable. And basically the answer that we brought up here is comparable to what would you do in real life if you hear something from somebody and you don't know if it's true or not. What is the most logical thing to do? Maybe I give a little hint, you ask the next person. And if the next person also basically answers the same, it's a higher likeliness, and if the persons are not related, there's a higher likeliness that the answer that was given is the correct answer. And that is something basically we implement in software here, as we call it data triangulation on 2 different layers. There's the fingerprint and the heartbeat. The fingerprint, as we call it, is the initial installation of a system, a deployment of a system, an activity, as in a carbon jargon. Where we say, okay, does this system really exist on the ground? And what we do here is we try to find different sources for the same claim. And I give you a very concrete example. Let's say there is a claim of a company that they have installed a solar system to a particular customer. And as some of you might know, basically what we do afterwards, we at the same time, for instance, we check, the customer has to give his ID number, like the national ID number. We check with the national ID authorities if this particular customer really exists, if it's a real person, if they have basically already benefited from a program, if they basically live in the location where the system is supposed to be. So basically cross-reference different sources of information with each other and only verify the system if basically the corresponding informations are correct, basically are finding the same point. It's just one example. There are multiple of these examples, like giving one on the heartbeat. For instance, there's a mini grid, and basically there's the claim that they have used ABC amount of kilowatt hours. What we do here is basically we get a claim from the company. At the same time, we can connect through the DMRV system directly to the meter and check if this amount is correct. And at the same time, we can also connect, if basically everybody basically joins this program, to the mobile money platform and check if basically a customer has paid for the connection. And if all these 3 information verify this information, then we consider it as correct. And this is the big concept of triangulation, which supports us in verification of data.
So far, what we did is we explain digital MRV for energy access. We have not yet reached carbon. So you understood what digital MRV is, what are the key challenges, and that's why we need this digitalization. And then Razvan and Stefan taught us about how we can create dashboards, analytics to see real-time data, how we can verify triangulating the different points, how we can use different systems to have this energy performance data that comes from your national systems and your utilities. So this is for energy. And I know one colleague had a question for Razvan. You want to go ahead? Before we now move to, if you go to the next slide, we move to carbon, digital MRV, and then we will see how they both get together. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. I really understand the relevance of DMRV and also some clarifications provided. Thank you. We're going to ask about the national DMRV and the regional DMRV. Is it mandatory to connect national to have the region DMRV, or the country ASCENT project countries should have a stand independent, separate DMRV, and also considering the confidential and the public informations, if in the case of interoperability to keep confidential informations, STC, is it possible or is it mandatory? Thank you.
So let me start then from the end, from the regional DMRV. So what is the purpose of the regional DMRV? It's on the one hand reporting, and here it's about results. So it's responding to the results framework of the ASCENT program, where we want to know how many people have access. For this, we do not need to know if it's Gemma or Karim or Stefan or Razvan that have been connected. We want to make sure that the data is reliable, but we don't actually need to identify the individual people. So this is for the regional DMRV results monitoring. Then there is the aspect of carbon finance as part of the carbon engine that is also based at the regional DMRV. And I will let then my carbon colleagues talk about this, because this is or maybe they can answer this question after the presentation. So this is the second part. You are not obliged to use a national DMRV platform. You are encouraged to use a national DMRV platform. During the ASCENT week in September last year, we communicated that on the one hand, there is a manual reporting that countries and PIUs are doing. But this manual reporting will not have the right quality of data for you to get the carbon finance, because it's just very aggregated results. So again, for reporting results, you can just use an Excel that you manually fill out, send it in the regional DMRV platform, and then it's covered. But for the manual import, for the manual, let's say reporting, you do not have the details required for the carbon finance. So if as part of the ASCENT program you would like to use the carbon finance, you would need to use the regional DMRV platform with the necessary depth of details to allow for carbon finance. And what these details are and the whole data element for carbon finance, this will come.
Great, thank you. So let's move to digital MRV for carbon finance and how we leverage the existing digital MRV system made for energy for carbon. Let's go to the basics before. Again, in carbon finance, we have the MRV process. M for monitoring, collecting project performance data, R for reporting, translating monitor data into emission reductions, and V for verification. What Subhendu was telling today very vividly is that we need a third party to verify these checks, data, and these calculations to make sure that it's true. So in carbon, we have this MRV process, and it's really not only encouraged, but it's a legal requirement under the Paris Agreement, and it's a really the cornerstone for trust and integrity in the carbon markets and carbon finance, because it enables you to track, monitor, account, and basically verify the emission reductions. Next slide, please. So for colleagues that raise their hand on MRV processes for emission reductions, can you share if you have any challenges or any questions related to MRV processes? Any challenges that you may face in your day-to-day for carbon finance? Any courageous, brave participant to share any challenge that they encounter or anything that digital would make actually our lives easier? Zambia, Uganda, Rwanda. All right, we may bring that in the country panel. After the break of this PPT, we're gonna have an excellent country panel with 3 country representatives that will share a lot of insights on this. So keep this question in your mind, because we will get direct insights from the governments. But it's a question that you should ask, and we should ask ourselves, because that's where the digital MRV comes in again. So next slide. And this is for the challenges that you have in mind: manual, costly, inaccurate data, fragmentation. Digital MRV in carbon markets is growing up because it's basically enabling a real-time data collection, which the manual MRV process didn't allow us to do. It's providing us automated data analysis. So the same thing that Stefan and Razvan were saying, we have automated analysis analytics. We can also do real-time flagging, outlying data. And then also we have more standardized formats. In manual MRV, it's all in different formats, and it's a pain, no, to basically put it all together. So the digital MRV will enable you to have this standardized uniform form between national and regional platforms. And then, of course, you don't have just one-off MRV verification. You have a continuum, which is what Karim will explain a little bit later. Next slide, please. So going back to the beginning, we were saying we're bridging this and we're doing this through digital MRV. We would like to take you closer on how we're gonna do that. How this nice little bridge that you see here, what it looks like. What are we doing to bring this energy access data to carbon outcomes? So over to you, Karim, to walk us through. Next slide.
Yeah, thanks. And you could see my misunderstanding. It's the same slide that was shown again. But anyways, I would like to contextualize before I go into details about how the carbon engine, as we call it, leverages the results-based aggregation platform that Prospect has built. This morning, Subendu from GCC told us a lot about the whole process of generating carbon. And I think it's important to make the connection between the two, because you have one cycle, which is the cycle of generating energy projects on the ground. They follow a certain logic. And then you have the process of generating carbon projects, which is a parallel endeavor, and it requires additional steps. A lot of those steps are labeled with these acronyms like POA, Program of Activity. You need to have one per technology, per country under the new standard that was created, and these projects need to be registered. So all this work is where the portal that GCC has developed comes into the picture. It's about project developers and you working in your respective departments back in your countries. You basically need to create those programs and projects, have them registered with GCC so that the underlying data, which is running anyways, can be leveraged in order to issue the carbon credits. Where we come into the picture is, you could say, a step later. It is when the project has started. So once the project has started, it needs to be monitored. You need to send the report to GCC, and it needs to be verified. And this traditional flow is very lengthy, and we want to shorten the time from essentially deployment until creation of carbon credits. We want to make it more affordable. So we want to leverage this part here, the ASCENT data aggregation platform, which is the same one essentially that is being used for results-based finance. So it is all kinds of performance data. It is the data from payments, it's the data from sensors, it's the data from CRM system and last mile systems that are being used by the agents as they install the systems. And all this data you already have, you will be having, you will be aggregating. This is a nice backbone on which we can add a carbon calculation. So in order to do that, we will create this element here, which is the carbon engine, which is one step back, please. So we have two boxes here which are additional. The bottom box, it says Digital Carbon Protocol. It's essentially a set of rules for how you can leverage this data, which data points are needed, how they should be treated, how they should be transformed in order to be able to generate a carbon credit. So it's a flow whereby we take that existing data, apply carbon calculations, store those in an emission reduction database, and after that we enable reporting. So you can automatically generate periodic monitoring reports that is called PMRs in the carbon jargon. So you could say the carbon engine, in short, is a system, an additional module to Prospect that allows you to take the data that you have, turn it into carbon metrics, and generate periodic monitoring reports. Then GCC can automatically access and verify within the engine, so you don't need to send people on the ground to verify that the data is correct. And we leverage the triangulation that Stefan has mentioned. Basically, we know that when the data comes in, it will be accurate because we've tried it against many different sources. And all of this allows GCC here to then fetch the data, and that can and then issue the credits on their registry. This registry, it should be said very importantly that all of this is open source. The idea is it should be implementable by any country in whatever shape you want, meaning that for now, GCC is the main standard that we'll be working with, but this methodology, this new standard, is also open, as Subendu said. So this means that in principle, you could have other standards that could also access the same engine and pull the same data and essentially generate credits on their registries. So this is the flow that we will unpack a bit later.
we have a demo in the, not the next session, but the next again, essentially showing you how such an engine could work. And we will be, over the course of this year, actually developing the first version of this for slow onboarding of the projects as they actually start materializing. So next step, please. Next slide, please. So the rules that you have here underlying this carbon engine is essentially based on having common, it's a standardization process, ensuring that the way it's done in every single country is the same. Today, the carbon market is somewhat fractured. You have different ways of doing things, different ways of reporting, and it becomes quite expensive and cumbersome. So since we are deploying ASCENT in multiple countries, it makes sense to use this as an opportunity to standardize the data collection, since you're already doing it for results-based finance. So in carbon terms, this means that we have very strict rules for what the parameters should be that should be collected. And also, this could be direct meter data, for example, from a smart meter or from an inverter. It could also be proxy data, for example, payments. If a solar home system is deployed as a pay-go, often you cannot monitor the system itself, but you can see when the system has been unlocked through a payment using systems like Angaza or other, you could say, last mile systems. This unlocks the system. Prospect also integrates that type of data, allowing us to, by proxy, estimate what the usage was for a specific period. So all these elements here allow us a good basis on which to apply energy to carbon computations. And here it's important that we don't mess up, that we don't use the wrong methodologies, we don't use the wrong calculations. So the carbon engine is going to have a very comprehensive lookup table where, as the methodologies develop and these programs of activities get developed in each country, the actual emission factors that are in those programs get hard-coded, so to speak, into the system. So whenever data comes from country X, it applies emission factor Y. And this way, it automates the whole process. From the moment energy is consumed and comes into Prospect, we will be able to make the transformation and immediately, almost, or with very little lag, be able to generate actual verified data that GCC will then be able to click and verify and issue as carbon credits without having these yearly cycles that we currently have. So that would be the value proposition. Next slide. And of course, there's limitations. You might already, I heard some questions this morning about the fact that certain types of projects in certain countries, or in all countries actually, don't have the data available to actually enable this, to work with this. So the way we have addressed this is to have a protocol and a methodology that is tiered, whereby there is a direct and automated way of doing things, and there is a more semi-automated or analog way of doing things, all feeding into the same digital system. So it's a matter of speed. If it's measurable data through a smart meter, you would be able to generate the credits quite fast. Whereas if it's, you know, could say clean cooking projects with cook stoves that don't have sensors, you would be able to, you will need to wait for sampling and do the traditional ways of documenting this, but you will still be able to feed it into the carbon engine at later stages and issue credits in the same fashion. So in that sense, it's open and flexible, so that all types of projects, in principle, should be able to fit under this. But obviously, it's most suited for the types of projects where data is readily available, such as grid extension. You also saw the numbers that were presented this morning by Monali. I believe it was 12 million extra grid connection that was aimed. So obviously that is a big chunk of the ASCENT program, and that will be substantially faster using this type of system than going the old-fashioned way.
A colleague from Tanzania also made a great question today on the clean cooking and the financial ability and the digital skills. So a little bit the answer to you, sir, is basically this configurable, flexible, hybrid model of the protocol. So it can be fully digital, as Karim said, or half digital, and will be adapting to the country's needs as well. So that's the intention, and that's why it's important to test it and to pilot it. But having your insights, that's what informs our process, right?
I think that was the last slide, but I'm not sure. Next slide. Yes, please, next slide. Apparently there's more. It's probably going to be redundant and a repetition of what I said. Yes, in a sense. The star down here at the bottom says there's going to be a live demo later today. That's probably going to be the most interesting, where you can see it for yourself. It becomes more intuitive when you can actually play around with the data. We also have a little present for you where you can scan a code and actually see sample credits that are not real credits, but you can actually see how it works for yourself. This is kind of a bit of a repetition of what I said before, so for the sake of saving time, I think I'll stop here, but urge you to come back and have a look at the demo later.
So basically, what you see here is Carbon Engine. This is the software that will put in practice the protocol that Karim explained. So the protocol is this framework of parameters and calculations to convert energy data to carbon. And the engine is a software that will automate this process of converting your energy data into carbon. And today, after the country panel, Karim, Stefan, and the team will provide a demonstration of the Carbon Engine. And we will see one real project in a kind of a sample exercise where we get the data from this project, the energy access performance data, and convert it into carbon credit using the standard developed together with GCC and using the protocol that has developed with all the team. No? So that's going to be a good exercise that we're going to see in live later this evening. Any questions so far on the carbon digital MRV site and how it integrates? Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I think he has explained in terms of emission factors, but wanted to understand this time around where the, for example, the cook stoves fraction of non-renewable biomass. How is the system going to utilize this process, considering that these days they are very, very localized to a very, very small unit of area? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a really excellent question. Thank you for that. Will be a teamwork answer. So first,
it's a very relevant question, and this is one of those elements in order to determine a baseline that is very localized, and that has also been the issue, generally speaking. In collaboration with GCC, we will have one POA per technology per country, meaning for a specific type of clean cooking in country X, there will be one program, and that program will have a fixed standardized parameters. So the fraction of non-renewable biomass will be basically determined there for the duration of the POA, which will then, of course, need to be reassessed as the new POA is put forward. And that particular factor is coded into a lookup table within the Carbon Engine and updated whenever there is an update. And the system is essentially designed to pick the right factor for the right country at the right time interval. I don't know if that answers the question, but I hear where you're coming from. It's because usually it's a bit of a headache, to be honest, because you need to determine it very, very localized. And that's where the collaboration with GCC is very important to us, because we cannot, as implementing partners, go in and determine what we think a good fraction will be. It has to be accepted internationally, so we need to do a study to determine it. But the difference here is, as I understand it, we'll be willing to do it in a broader sense, essentially standardizing it for a country rather than standardizing for a project. Since usually you do it at project level, now we'll be doing it at program level instead. So it simplifies things.
Any other questions, please? Is there, yeah, you have a mic.
Okay, thank you. This is Martin from Rwanda. It was interesting to hear from the team on DMRV. My worry is about to know if is it possible to achieve 100% DMRV for all categories of projects. For example, by now we are experiencing land use change where some devices may be affected by that, the other factors. Now, can you let us know how digital MRV can be achieved totally or 100%. Is there any weaknesses of DMRFV that you can highlight? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I will give it a first shot and then basically happy to share the mic. If I understand the question correctly, is it about like using DMRV even beyond energy access? Is that right, the question? For carbon, yes. And I think that's a very valid...
Even for energy access, you see, from the component you presented here, of energy, there is a grid, we have mini grid, off-grid, clean cooking, and other types of
Yes.
energy.
So basically, focusing first on energy access, we can say that we can cover around about 90% of activities in energy access with DMRV, maybe even more. We have been able to develop basically strategies, develop verification mechanisms that cover really off-grid, clean cooking, on-grid, mini-grids, and so on. There's still some edge cases, like really cash sales in the outback without any, let's say, digital traces at all, where it is difficult to really track. But I think these are really like the exception of the norm, and basically with the advent and the advantages of basically monetizing energy access through carbon, I think we can even include more fields in the future which are currently maybe not fully tracked yet. But and beyond energy, that's a good question. Not everything can be tracked with DMRV, but I think much more than currently.
And yeah, also I think I'm a big fan of being pragmatic. And so we should only do things that make sense where the benefits outweigh the costs, right? And so as Stefan said, in certain situations, you cannot. I think the issue is, based on what I've seen discussing with a lot of you and a lot of countries, is that actually a lot of data is actually being collected at the level of companies, at the level of agents, at the level of the utility. So the question for me at this stage, if I would personally give my opinion, is not about how do we collect even more data, but how do we make sure and how do we build the systems, the institutions, the processes to get the data up. For me, this is the key element for DMRV and the things where we should focus on, because as I said, it's not a technical issue of how do we invent even better sensors to I don't know what, but the fact that we collect a lot of data already, but we as the ministries or we as the REAs or we as whoever, we don't actually have this data coming from the companies. And I think this is where we should first put our effort into building these systems.
Thank you. So I got from Stefan to your question, technically speaking, you can get as close as to 80%. But also from Razvan, we shouldn't do for the sake of digital. We should do it for a cost-benefit assessment and whether that brings a value addition to our project. Subhendu, do you want to add on from the carbon side on digital MRV, on the 100% and weaknesses?
Okay, we as a standard, we don't expect 100% digital DMRV delivering as credit. So we always keep the leeway of having a DMRV pathway of crediting and one which cannot for certain regions. But what we are trying to solve is, so for that 20%, do we wait for a year's time to deliver credits, or we deliver credits for the one who can come up with data and data which can be verified and can be translated in terms of carbon. And for the ones which are difficult, we take the traditional pathway of issuance, although we have taken away the problem of having a verifier or a steering committee sitting in the verification process. That might help a lot, but still it's going to be slower than the other one. And the other one that I wanted to say is that we need to understand that with time, this is not cast in stone. Okay, this is something that we are starting off with. As systems progress, new and new players enter this market and all, there will be more data points that would be there. For example, use of proxies in AMS3BL was never there till this point in time that we built in now into AMS3BL. Payment related data using for carbon crediting was not there in traditional carbon markets, but we have now put it there as a replacement of real-time monitored data as a proxy with safeguards in place, right? So the fact is that we also are improvising over the period of time. But expectation is at one point in time, everything would be in a digital form, but not at this point, no. I think I wanted to also bring in one factor which came out during our discussion at the last survey, I think, was should we, I mean, this is something that's an open-ended question. We as a standard, we would like to say, in order to be able to qualify credits, we only look at the robustness of the data and the rigors taken in order to qualify data. There was one important parameter which was raised, I think, by Monali in the last discussion. What is the technological readiness of that country when they're deploying DMRV? Should we also build into that for getting a incremental pay for those? So deploying a DMRV in a country which is quite advanced in those protocol requirements and a country which is much behind, it takes a lot of effort to be able to do that. How do we capture that as a value addition for those credits? So our thought was we might also build in another factor, which is technological readiness in terms of digital readiness of that country, which might not add even a ton of carbon to the credit, but would give a different qualifier for the buyer to understand there's an extra effort that has gone in to deliver these credits and all. So we are thinking on that line, just a concept there.
That's a great idea and a good food for thought. And going back to the question of Tanzania on the financial ability to not being able to get the technology, you're saying let's add technology readiness component to add to the deployment and the carbon crediting. Monali, you had a question?
No, I just had a broader point to add, which is I think we're zooming in this event on digital MRV for carbon, right? But every single country in this room has a project where we are trying to do digitalization of the utilities, right? Where we are trying to support monitoring information systems, MIS. We're trying to do all kinds of MDMS, right? We're trying to do smart metering deployment. We are working with actually every country, more or less, on that digitalization agenda. And I think what we need to look at this is energy access, or rather energy-related data, is valuable for many, many reasons, right? When your minister calls and says, how are we doing on this? Nobody has to scramble, right? You can pull the data. So there is value inherently in digitalization of the utility and of the energy sector's activities and implementation, right? There is something inherent there. There's also inherent value in being able to monitor consumption, because it's everybody's shared nightmare, I think, that you deploy a solar home system, you don't know whether it's working a month later or not, right? We don't want to deploy valuable resources not knowing at what point they stop working, right? Not knowing whether the customer at the other end may need additional support because they're not able to afford the pay-as-you-go system because something bad happened to them or to their village or their locality, right? So I think there is a much broader value to digitalization in the energy sector, in the electricity sector, from the utility perspective, from us as providers of energy services to the people through whichever means possible. So I just wanted to bring us back a little bit to this effort which is ongoing everywhere. And what we need to do is to make sure consciously to connect these two, right? So the DMRV is not a little standalone X and Y and is only used for generating carbon. No, it's a part of this broader access agenda. So I just wanted to remind us, all of us, of this bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monali. And I believe now we're going into, there's another question there. After another question, great discussion. Now you want to talk before we have many questions. So question for you and then, yeah.
There were many questions, but I want to structure it in this way. I do see the value, significant value, especially because it's a very sector-specific program. And I know the ambition would be to include as much as possible of the sector within this program. I do know, however, as well, that it's not going to be possible to have every bit of a sector within this program. However, you will have an enrollment process. You know, organizations, the renewable energy agencies, for example, the energy utilities that will be involved. You will also have, for example, in clean cooking, you will have companies enrolled. because we are applying a specific methodology, we will know the value of, we will know the specific data points that are required at that point in order to build up the the carbon emission reduction calculations. I think it's important that at the structuring stage, from the word go, we have standardization of surveys, of collection tools. Sure, it's I'm probably going into details here, but then it's important that we understand, because there are so many data gaps. There's a lot of data that's that's collected, but then at the same time, there are weaknesses of the data collection process, even when it's digital. As when it has some sort of human interaction, quite often, if people don't understand from the word go, there are gaps. But then if it's structured and standardized, as it goes up through all the processes that have been defined here, it actually becomes a lot easier. The calculations are almost seamless, and it makes the whole process a lot better. What I'm saying is because it's a huge investment. And from the investment that is put in, maximum efficiency means maximum output from the process. And that's what I think should happen. Up, down, yes, but then down, up should be taken care of very well.
Thank you so much for this insight, and I hope, Stefan, Karim, you took note of that, because it's really informing the protocol that Karim was saying on having this flexible configuration to your points. Please, question?
Thank you very much. I'm Rukia Bakari from Kenya. So my question will be on the integration of the DMRV with the existing country DMRV. How will that be? And secondly, on the data, if it's from the user or from the businesses, about their consent for their data to be collected. And secondly, how do we look forward on tackling socio-cultural issues related to data collection also? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So maybe Stefan and Razvan, and then how the carbon side is embedded in Prospect, we can...
So yes, of course, regulation on data privacy is very important. And this is along the chain. So if you remember the slide with the utility and then the energy data and then national DMRV and regional DMRV, you have different, let's say, levels in the cycle that need to respect the national regulation in the respective country. So for example, if I'm a solar home system company and I do a pay-go contract with someone, somewhere in that contract, I am bound by Kenyan law if I sell a solar system in Kenya and I collect the customer's data and I give them a pay-go credit, so to speak, I have to follow Kenyan regulation. I have to inform the client according to Kenyan regulation. And so it moves up the ladder all the way to the national DMRV platform, which is also the reason why we call it national DMRV platform, is to strengthen the ownership and to underline the fact that it's actually the PIU, the countries, or the REA, or the ministry that actually manage and own and have ownership over this platform. And therefore, they also need to make sure that they respect the national regulation on data privacy. When it comes to the when it comes to the regional DMRV, as I mentioned, for energy access results tracking, we do not need personal data because we look at aggregates, and what we care about are the actual results and not identifying the people. So maybe that for tracking on energy access side. And then if you want to add something on carbon.
So for integration of the digital MRV, the Prospect digital MRV system will be embedding the carbon engine, which will be the software executing these computations for the emission reductions. And I don't know, Karim, if you want to add any other.
Well, just a short addition. When you mention that there is a national DMRV system, sometimes there is multiple, I could assume. Sometimes within a country you would have private players or companies, manufacturers that have a built-in MRV system into their hardware that allows you to collect data, and often it cascades upward, so one layer can be aggregated by the next and by the next. And it might very well be that your given country has a very well-structured national MRV system. In this particular context, to my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Prospect comes into the picture only with the additional RBF component. So it would be easier to feed everything into Prospect to do the results-based financing standardization. And as I understand it as well, it's no requirement that every country has a national setup using Prospect. It could be your own, it could be anything else, but it all feeds into the regional aggregation engine. And from there, the Carbon engine does the work for all the data that is compiled.
Okay, they told me we have to go on a break. So we have 30 minutes. Please be on time back. We have an excellent country panel, if you can go to the next slide, from 3 countries that will share. Colleague, can you go to the next slide, please? Great. So come back in 30 minutes or less. We will hear from these 3 colleagues from Uganda, Rwanda, and Zambia on MRV processes and pathways to digitization. Thank you so much for your attention and excellent questions and discussion. Thank you.
So before we go, we have
I'm a project manager of a cooking solution and carbon finance.
Good afternoon. My name is Mercedes Mwansa, Director Strategy and Planning at RIA Zambia.
Hello, good afternoon once again. My name is Desmond Tutopio. I work for the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, a government institution under the institutional framework of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, basically supporting the private sector to enhance access to electrification specifically off-grid, clean cooking, and productive uses. I serve as a senior monitoring and evaluation specialist. Thank you.
All right. My name is Gemma Torres. I'm a climate change specialist at the World Bank. And today I'm honored to be moderating this session with Desmond, Martin, and Mercedes. And we're going to structure this dialogue in 3 questions. And want this to be an informal, candid conversation to do peer learning and learn from colleagues that are thriving or challenging or having challenges or implementing or starting from scratch. So we're going to hear from different perspectives, different models, and please feel free to ask questions as well to the panelists. So the first question that I would like to ask each of you, and maybe we can go from my left to right, is starting with you, Desmond. The first question is, if you can explain briefly, like to the audience, or not briefly, just take the time that you need. What is your current MRV process, either if you do for results-based financing, either if you're doing also for carbon markets, carbon finance? What is your current process, either if it's analog or digital, and who is collecting the data, how does it work? So just to understand the reality of these countries on the MRV side. So over to you, Desmond, to give us some details on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a question that brings us from the discussion we have just had a while ago. As Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, briefly, we're implementing the Electricity Access Scale-up project, which is basically supposed to lead us into implementation of ASCENT project. The ESP project has got majorly 2 components. We have the on-grid expansion and connection, which is implemented by the Ministry of Energy. There's a project implementation unit there. Then at UECCC, we implement the financial intermediation component, where we are partnering with the private sector, especially financial institutions and energy service companies, to facilitate acquisition to off-grid solar systems, clean cooking solutions, and productive uses of energy. So specifically, under this financial intermediation, we have a results-based financing program, where we are implementing a subsidy in partnership with energy service companies, to mention close to 93 within Uganda selling the different categories of products. Now, we are privileged that while we are developing the project operations manual, we initially intended to go manual, to use a manual system to implement this RBF scheme. But luckily, the bank linked us to Access to Energy Institute. Stefan has just presented a while ago here. And we're introduced to the prospect system. We had the privilege of setting up a committee, a technical working committee, together with Prospect. And we customized Prospect to support our implementation of the RBF program. So our status, we are purely digital. So we have a robust digital MRV for implementation of the RBF program. And in this, we have, it supports our real-time data capture by the energy service companies. There are sales agents across the country. They ingest this data real-time. Also, when the energy service companies reach a certain threshold, they're able to submit claims digitally to us. These claims are passed over to the independent verification agent, the IVA, who actually take the initiative of verifying the sales that have been made. We have about 3 hierarchies. We have a 100% verification of all the sales in the system digitally. Then we sample 5% that IVA does phone verification and 5% field verification. Some of the data points that we look at that the energy service company sales agents basically submit is on the biographic information of the customers, including the names, the sex, where they reside. We actually take, we capture the national identification cards of the beneficiaries. The system has been integrated with the National Identification Regulatory Authority. We call it NIRA, a system that looks at the national IDs of Ugandans and the refugees. So our prospect system as a DMRV is able to actually look at what the customer is presenting and what is in the national ID, which is validated from NIRA. Also, we capture data based on the systems that have been sold, the technical specifications of these systems. One thing, we look at pay go versus catch ourselves, but of course, we haven't gone into looking at the customer consumption data, which is something we envision to look at. All in all, at the moment, our experience is that we are digital, supported by prospect system, and these are supported the real-time data capture, claim submission, verification, reporting in the different hierarchies, from UCCC PIU to Ministry of Energy Project Coordination Units to the World Bank and the Government Office of the Prime Minister at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Desmond. This is great. So we have here, colleagues, a full digital results-based financing system, a good example and segue of what we saw, the digital MRV system that we saw in the previous session. They are fully integrated. And so please check with Desmond if you have any questions, if you plan to implement as well. We go to Mercedes, Zambia. Please let us know, explain a little bit briefly around your MRV process, either for results-based financing or carbon finance, analog or digital. How is it working? Thank you.
Thank you. For Zambia, maybe. For Zambia, I think I'll give a bit of a background in terms of our history, in terms of the systems. We're partly hybrid in the terms that we have a digital system on one hand for operations, as well as a manual for monitoring and reporting, as well as verification. Our history shows that we had quite a number of programs that way back, which led us to implement various ways of implementing the system. We had a Get Invest program, which was an RBF program for developers. That Get Invest program was basically an RBF that was on a digital basis. Based on that digital basis, we were able to use Prospect. Prospect was used primarily just for that particular aspect of the program. So what you realize that Zambia has had various different programs, and the MRV has been responding to each type of program that we've been running. That has been a challenge for us. When we get back to RIA main, where we are actually operating the RIA main in terms of what our operations are for RIA mini-grids, Zambia's RIA runs its own mini-grids. We have 22 mini-grids currently that we are running that are operational. Based on those 22 mini-grids, those were migrated onto Prospect in 2023 to basically monitor performance. However, on the other side, in terms of monitoring, it's been basically manual. The monitoring aspect has been manual in the sense that our teams go out and collect data and do surveys and get that information and produce results in terms of reporting. Also, the verification is done manually. We have not yet got to the point where we've actually implemented a system where we verify using an automated basis. So in terms of the verification also, is similar to what Uganda is doing. We actually get samples, 10% for field samples, 5% for physical verification. The challenge we've had is that most of how we've actually responding to the MRV has been program-led. So you find that each verification monitoring, and that brings a lot of challenges in that you have one system and you have your IT system that is now trying to respond to all these various programs that you are running. The EU program will have a different perspective. Then now come back to where we are at this position. We are now in 2024, we get into ASCENT. ASCENT, we are now on ASCENT. We signed last year, and we've been implementing the RBF program. We are in the process of implementing. We will actually use Prospect, and we will use Uganda as a test in the way in which we try and learn and how we can actually implement based on RBF, looking at how they're capturing data. The challenge we will face from that perspective is the level of of technology in terms of connectivity in Zambia. When you look at Zambia, Zambia is a very big country. We do not have connectivity in every part of the country. We were implementing a program last year where we were putting smart meters and a smart payment system. We get into the area and we find there's no connectivity. So technically meaning that the meters can't work until you resolve your technological challenge. So that is the aspect that we've had challenges on in terms of implementing, going full-blown in terms of having a full DMRV. So for Zambia, partly hybrid, mainly manual, largely program-based according to the program that we are operating. That is how our DMRV has been operating.
Thank you. So, we see Mercedes, this case is a results-based financing hybrid, right? So you have digital and manual processes. In comparison with what Desmond was telling us, they're fully digital. And thank you for already going ahead about the challenges that you're actually facing. And we will talk more about that in the next question. And also about what you mentioned about your next steps. So thanks for sharing that. And last but not least, for the first question on Rwanda's current MRV system, and in your case, Rwanda, just like going to some like clue for the audience, you have both results-based financing, but also carbon finance MRV systems and processes. So over to you to explain what is the status quo currently and how does it work. Thank you, Martin.
Okay, thank you. Am I communicating? Okay, perfect. In Rwanda, we are implementing both RBF MRV and carbon finance MRV. The country has experience in developing and implementing the MRV to ensure credible monitoring, reporting, and verification, especially for energy sector, where we have been implementing the RBF for grid connection, off-grid, clean cooking, and the productive use of energy. When we come to MRV for RBF, the system is, I can say it is hybrid, as it mixes the digital and manual approach. It is a digital, especially for grid connection. We can say that it is 100% digital. But when it comes to clean cooking, it is where it is not fully digital. It is somehow partially digital and manual. It is digital because we have eligibility screening tool online which is in place. But the RBF verification sometimes requires field verification to collect data and enter into the system. This data collection, verification, most of the time requires a survey based on samples. This is where it is done manually. Now, for the carbon project came later. It uses the same eligibility screening tool, but verification relies on field verification. Even other steps relies on manual processes.
Thank you so much. So we see three different models. We see the fully digital RBF MRB process, the hybrid RBF process as well, that is more hybrid. And then for Rwanda, we see also hybrid RBF MRB process and a more manual carbon MRB process. So we have different country perspectives. And then I would like to move to the second question, which is, in your mind, if you could imagine in the next 6 months that you could digitize further your MRV process where digital tools could add real value, either in the stage of data collection or monitoring or measurement or even verification, the most challenging one, where would it be if you could think about one next step in your case? And we're talking hypothetically, but would love to hear your insights since you're exposed to the systems and the processes. So Desmond, over to you.
Thank you. That's a good question, and basically it marries into what we are looking at for the future. Ideally, we already have the DMRV for implementation of the RBF scheme, and we want to see how do we leverage on already what we have seen support our RBF implementation, leveraging on the same to support our carbon credit financing initiatives. Already we have seen data capture of systems that have been facilitated under the RBF scheme. By the way, to mention, we, for example, under the solar home systems, we had a target of about 142,000. We surpassed that. We have actually been increased target to about 490, which we also see we shall be achieving this by end of June next year. So ideally, how do we leverage on prospect that's already available to capture, for example, consumption data of the consumers that initially we're not capturing, but also if there's any other additional data points that we are missing, how can we have that incorporated, integrated to support our implementation? Happy to see the previous presentation talk about the carbon engine. I think ideally that summarizes what our vision is when it comes to the carbon credits financing ideally. Notwithstanding, of course, that this comes with additional work in terms of capacity, in terms of infrastructure. That should also be the things that we need to, improve on in-house. But as a plan, when you say the next 6 months and that, as UECCC, we are looking into already what we have implemented, the over 400,000 solar connections we have facilitated, the over 200,000 clean cooking solutions we have facilitated in Uganda, but also into the future, how do we leverage on the available DMRV to support our implementation going forward? That is what we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond. Where is the Uganda table? Do you agree with everything he said? All right. So next one, Mercedes, tell us about what you're forward looking about the digital MRV system. You told us that it's hybrid, so there's some manual stages. Where do you see the digital tools could add value there? And yeah, what would you choose or prioritize in your case?
For Zambia's case, I think the priority will be to take it to a national level, national platform. The challenge we've had is basically having it run at a program level. If you run it at a program level for ASCENT, we are given specifications of how we should have our DMRV operate. We move to another UNDP program, for instance. We also have another request on how it should be configured. We move to another program, so we'd want to go above that and have a platform that allows us to actually be able to operate at that level and have all these operating feeding into that, including what we are getting from private developers as well. We are looking also at how can we get data from private developers. As RIA, we are able to get information from our mini-grids. We are not able to get data from private developers. So the key for us is building a platform that thinks into the future and is not tied at program level. That is one. Second, integrate and coordinate with private developers who are operating in the space in order to ensure that we're able to get data and feed into how we are actually increasing access in Zambia. Then when we get to the respective programs such as ASCENT on the RBF, we have a payment platform. What we are looking at is how do we have the various systems that we have. Already we have quite a number of platforms and systems operating within RIA. We have a payment system. We're able to have consumption data. How do we analyze that and feed that into the main system? We also have prospect. How do we create prospect to be able now to computerize or automate, so to speak, most of the operations that we are doing, for instance, the monitoring activities. We feel there's a lot of leverage on us getting more out of monitoring. Instead of having so many officers going out, getting small samples, if that could be digitized, we could get data, for instance, from our utility ZESCO using that platform. We do not have to send people on long lines to walk the line, to check the connections. That could actually help us in terms of reducing cost, improving confidence levels in terms of the data that we are actually reporting, in terms of the accuracy. So for us, I think it's breaking it down from top high level down to the granular level and trying to ensure that you get leverage across the entire DMRV system.
So what I heard is we need to reconcile national and regional platform harmonization, and then cross collaboration with the different stakeholders in the chain of the data. And thirdly, also about moving beyond monitoring, but also data collection on the source to already automate this without you having to go through different fields and service. So thank you so much for touching into very detailed, granular challenges, as well as how they link to your next steps. Martin, over to you. Next step for, in your case, you have both. You talked us about the results-based finance MRV process as well as the carbon finance MRV process. What are your next steps in terms of digitizing where digital tools can add value in each of them? Where do you see a priority there in digitizing any specific stages, either the collection side, the verification side? But if you can tell us in both, in the RBF and the carbon side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I said, for carbon MRV, it is partial digital and partial manual. Now, the MRV could add value on carbon DMRV. The carbon MRV will help us to solve some issues that we are encountering, especially for data collection, where most of times we rely on surveys. But with DMRV, we should have credible measured data with the automated system. For the new ASCENT, even the country has stressed this issue by providing guidelines for the DMRV that will help us to solve this issue for carbon MRV, not only for carbon MRV, even for RBF MRV. By adopting the total DMRV, we have benefits to reduce the time spent for data collection countrywide, transaction costs for verification. You see, when we are conducting verification, we base on samples. While when we are using a digital system, it will cover the whole population. The other one, this MRV will help us to create the monitoring reports. Now the monitoring reports are conducted and developed based on data collected on a field. Now with the MRV, it will help us to develop or to produce the monitoring reports. Even the real-time data, this is an issue because the real-time data is found based on regular field verification or field data collection. While even for the quality assurance and quality control, sometimes we use digital and use the data collection collected from field. I think I have covered what you asked
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
the next generation for DMRV.
Absolutely. I think you covered a lot. What I got is your next step in digitizing specifically your carbon MRV process, which is quite manual right now, is the collection of the data, the monitoring to be able to automate the production of reports, and of course, at some stage, the verification. But basically, thank you for acknowledging how the digitization can bring all these problems into a kind of a faster and lower cost state. And if you remember today in the presentation, we asked you all, do you have any questions or do you face any challenges in the MRV process? And this is how digital MRV can really bring value. So thanks for that. So last round, to all the speakers, and very impressive, all your insights, and I think it's very valuable for the audience to hear from you, since you're exposed to all these systems, and we're in early stages on this infrastructure. It's quite pioneer, so we thank you for that. Last round is, if you had to choose one key pain point that really bothers you in the MRV process that you're working on, and then you choose one and you tell what do you need to address that? Is it, if it's, for example, a challenge on the cost, whether you need support or capacity building or technical assistance, and then the challenge that bothers you more in your work during the MRV process. So pain point, and what would you need to resolve it? Over to you.
When you limit it to one well, it's challenging, but you've almost listed all of them. So I'll mention quickly. When you talk of cost, yeah, I think that also comes to our mind, because one, Prospect, we know, is an open source digital platform. By the time the bank linked us to A2EI, actually was cost free on our side. So now when we have to enhance our system to incorporate carbon financing bit of it, good to see Thomas and Stefan here. Does anything change, or we still don't have to mind about cost? That is one. Then two, of course, we need infrastructure when it comes to hardware, servers internally, as we expand on the scope of our implementation. That same also trickles down to the energy service companies that we work with. We actually recognize that some of these companies have very robust systems. So you absolutely need the API to ensure that we can connect, integrate, and also be able to capture the consumption data of the end users. It's important to appreciate capacity building. That's also something you can't ignore. So obviously, if you don't look at it as a barrier, capacity building right from the team at the project implementation unit, as UECCC, we trickle down this capacity building to the energy service companies we work with, and the actual subsequent end up to their agents who are basically implementing or capturing data. So those are, in a nutshell, they are the challenges. Last but not least, institutional coordination is also key. The last session, we drew the institutional framework there of how we envision all this to work out when it comes to carbon credit financing. Well, like as UECCC, we work with the energy private sector, ideally, the energy service companies. We recognize that some of them have already signed carbon financing with other off-takers. So you need to look at that. We, of course, partnering with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We have Ministry of Finance. We have Ministry of Water. So that whole synergy is something that we discuss as a table, but it's something that we know is our take-home point to basically get to the bottom line of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Desmond. So infrastructure cost as a key potential challenge, but then also needing capacity building and technical assistance. So thank you so much for linking it to the previous session. Mercedes, over to you. One key pain point, and what do you need to resolve?
I may end up repeating what my previous speaker has mentioned, but maybe in addition, for us the key will also be change management. We've been on and off various DMRVs over the years of RIA. We've implemented the system during the course, and maybe it hasn't worked the way we'd want. How do we get change management into the whole process so that as we are implementing this new system, the DMRV, we are actually having it to succeed at a level that we want, because with so many players involved. The issues of coordination, we're dealing with developers, we're dealing with the various ministries that oversee us. How do we get change management embedded in the whole process of the DMRV? I think it's an aspect that we need to look at. The issue of infrastructure from RIA's perspective, RIA Zambia, will be how do we look at the connectivity challenges that Zambia faces? We have had mini grids that are connected with smart meters. The network is down for a number of months. You can't get data. How do we work with telecommunications companies to actually go into the rural areas and actually put towers and provide connectivity there? We have been moving towards Starlink, but would want obviously our domestic telecoms to actually go into those areas. Issues of infrastructure is one. Then obviously capacity building in terms of technology, incapacitating RIA, incapacitating almost everybody who is in the ecosystem. The biggest worry I have is that it looks like a project on DMRV, but it's actually the whole ecosystem that's changing. We are basically changing how ZESCO is operating. We're changing how the mini-grid developers are actually doing their business and giving us data. How do we coordinate all those various players when you're changing a whole ecosystem? And is it something you can do in a period of 6 months? For me, those are the questions that I have that worry me. How do you change the whole ecosystem in this short period of time that we have?
Thank you, Mercedes. So I see that, thank you. The institutional coordination is really a key theme that we heard from Uganda and now Zambia, which includes not only clarifying roles and responsibilities, but also change management, how the full ecosystem keeps changing at different levels and at different level of stakeholders, and how we can manage this, right? And then infrastructure was another key theme between you two. Over to you, Martin. Your key pain point, challenge, and what would you need to resolve it?
Okay, thank you. For us, I can say that we have a strong institutional arrangement in place, as we have been working for MRV for some years. But the issue, or what we can address, is to digitalize more stages of carbon MRV. As I said, if you remember, we have partial digital and partial manual, especially for clean cooking sector. As I said, for grid connection, grid electricity, it is there's no problem. It is 100 digital, but when it comes to clean cooking, it is can say it is partial. And now we need to digitalize all stages of MRV, from data collection, from monitoring, and up to verification and other stages. It will require to add more digital tools. To digitalize the system requires digital tools which are to enable us achieve the targeted results. Now, by adopting these digital tools and digitalizing the whole system, it will help us to reduce the costs that is spent for validation and verification process.
Okay, thank you. So in this case, institutional coordination is not an issue, but it's actually quite strong. And on your case, you mentioned more the full digitization. That's the challenge, and what it means in terms of cost and capacity to deploy this digitization in manual processes. So thank you so much, the three panelists. We heard about different models: digital, hybrid, manual. We heard about different concerns about infrastructure, capacity building, cost, and institutional coordination. And so any burning questions to the panelists? I've been told that we have a few minutes left, but any burning questions to Uganda, Rwanda, and Zambia? And colleagues, you got first-hand insights from experts here on these systems, which doesn't happen often, and it's quite a candid conversation. So any questions, comments, observations? Nothing. Okay, well, you clarified everything so well. Please join me in thanking for an excellent panel today. There's a question?
So I think let's be standing for a photo. Cameraman? Okay. You see, it's always nice to be on a panel because you get to take pictures. Okay, so I think at this point we are going to break. Then after the break, we'll come and see the live session. So please, let's ensure that we are back by 16 hours. It's quarter to 16 by my time. And if we can grab some snack and coffee, then we can come back quickly. 15 minutes. Or let's make it 10 minutes. Kindly note that the tea is being served in the same place where we had in the morning. And we don't have to skip it because it's already paid for. All right, we are past 16. Could anybody that is outside please walk in? We start. All right, we are now into session G3, which is a live system demonstration for end-to-end digital infrastructure for carbon credits. Okay, is it? We good?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back. We're going to now proceed with the live demonstration of the Carbon Engine, the software that will be converting energy data into carbon credits. We're going to see the traceability from Carbon Engine, where the data comes from. We're going to see Prospect, the digital MRV platform, and also the standard later will show us their portal, how the portal of the standard GCC will check this data as well. If we all stay until the end, you may get some carbon credits, so please stay. And over now to Stefan and Karim. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gemma. And you heard there's a little goodie at the end of the presentation. So everybody who stays and stays awake will get one. I hope at least we have enough. We will see. Let me start with something we touched already earlier in the presentations here. This is basically the digital MRV for energy access. And I would like to make it a bit more hands-on, a bit more concrete, a bit more visible for the people by showing a very concrete example. And thanks here for the colleagues from ZESCO in Zambia, who in the last months, in intense cooperation with us, have been basically connecting the ZESCO backend system, the CRM system, the payment system, which they use to track the progress of their general portfolio, but especially the Volping-funded Grid Extension Program, which has been registered or pre-registered as a carbon activity already since 2023. And basically we have connected the two systems, and I would like to show you basically how that actually looks like if a utility is connecting its system to a prospect to be further used, for obviously energy access tracking, but most importantly for carbon. This one is really just basically the first iteration. It is not a final thing. It's more like basically giving you an idea how basically such a integration looks like, and basically what kind of visualization prospect or any DMRV system can give you as a RIA, as a utility, as a regulator to basically use beyond the pure payment data that basically payment and the grid extension data that we have gotten digitally from the ZESCO platform. So basically at the very top you see two numbers, 205,000 tons and 1.1 million tons. The 205,000 tons is quite interesting. This is basically based on the approved methodology for the ZESCO grid extension project, the amount of tons of CO2 equivalents that have been saved through the basically grid extension program since the 1st of January 2023 until the 1st of January 2026, so within 3 years. Everybody can do the math, so it's a significant amount basically that has been saved through the program. We will come in the presentation basically how this calculation is done, how the carbon engine kicks in here. This is just basically for you to get a first idea about the scope that is possible through basically applying carbon calculations at least on the data that has been shared. And basically the data that was shared is in total like 230,000 households have been connected in the 3 years. 8.1 million particular payments have been made by customers. So basically you see it's a prepaid system most of the time. So people pay, then they purchase a certain amount of kilowatt hours, and then basically they pay again if these kilowatt hours run out. I think it's a very common approach. And in total, 601 gigawatt hours of electricity have been sold and consumed by customers, which is the currency, the goal currency, so to say, for Prospect to be based for the later carbon emission savings calculations. The next things are just, this is just basically for illustration for especially all the utilities here in the room who also would like to maybe have some more DMRV visibility, like using different ways how Prospect or other DMRV platforms can visualize the data in a way that also helps the business and not only used for carbon. So you can see here quite an interesting graph which shows basically payment and kilowatt hours sold over time. And you see there's a slump. There's a slump 2024 especially. And the key reason for that is the heavy drought that was has happened and is still happening to a certain extent in Zambia. I heard there was some rainfalls lately, so basically it seems to be going in the right direction if you look at the December data. But in general, you saw basically the heavy impact of a drought, which basically impacted the sales of electricity to customers. It was not that people didn't want it anymore, but basically that the grid couldn't deliver, not necessarily through the transmission problems, but most importantly through the generation problems, through the drought. But at the same time, you see the monthly installations that are active. You see average revenue per installation. So you can create a lot of metrics out of the data that was shared. Although the data itself is quite boring, but you can visualize it in very different ways. It helps the utility, it helps the regulator to better understand where to focus further efforts on. And I will just quickly go through. You see basically here that predominantly, obviously, the Lusaka region has benefited a lot, but also all the other regions. You see which towns have basically benefited from the amount and also how much revenues they made. So this is just an example of different ways of how to visualize this data. So here you see a little timeline. You see basically at a time line at the bottom, basically how the different provinces basically are used. Also here it's an activity graph. You see basically over time where most activities in the grid extension has happened. This is just examples how data can be visualized and how it can help you in actually planning and monitoring the progress and also reporting. And I think it's very important to report back to Parliament, to report back to donors. Obviously, you can also see it directly on a map. You can basically go down each and every installation. You can create graphs on connections by month. This one is very interesting for me, at least. It shows basically revenue per installation, basically average per installation revenues per province. You see in the past it was predominantly Lusaka who had significantly higher revenues than others. And you see basically it has evened out a bit over time for multiple reasons. Also, the average price per kilowatt hours and so on, which depends a lot on traffic, on tariff and amount of kilowatt hours used. And last but not least, you can also look up individual meters, not by name, but by meter ID. So basically, there's no personal information disclosed here. It's just clear, basically, there's a rough geo reference here visualized, but also then data on each particular meter. You can see 104 payments in total, like the total amount of kwacha, and how many megawatt hours were purchased by this particular meter. This is basically just here to show you basically the base of data that we now use, and that is, I would like to basically ask Karim to take over, that we now used to feed a demonstrator, a prototype of a carbon engine to make the whole thing a bit more tangible. Do you want to use this computer or? Okay.
Thank you, Stefan. Okay, it pops up. Great. So Stefan did a very good job at visualizing how that energy data came in from ZESCO in this particular case. You could do a lot of nice visualization that could help you, not just with carbon, but all kinds of other, you could say, management-related issue, planification, and so on. And as you saw in the drawing that I presented earlier, the carbon engine will be a module, an extension of Prospect. So we've actually went ahead and built a demo of how this could look. It's not an existing system yet, so this is a first prototype that is up and running. And we've been building it with the exact same ZESCO data that was received and basically fed from Prospect into this engine. And it also has some mock data, which is to visualize or populate, so to speak, the interface, so you can see as if there were many other projects involved, but obviously that data is not real data. So the login here will be, you will be able to have different types of login. This is from the aggregate perspective. So let's assume COMESA is the main implementing body of the ASCENT program at overall level. So this is their interface, but similarly, every individual country can have their own interface where it basically filters and only shows the relevant project for that particular country. So I've put in some, sorry, take this off. Some credentials, just to there. So now you're logged into a visual that will be This is one representation of how it could look. It's, you could say, the manifestation of this carbon protocol that I described before. So a system that takes in energy data from specific installations across COMESA countries and essentially transform that data into carbon units. The view you can see on the left has a dashboard. There is a list of projects. So if you click on that, you'll see a number of projects. The top one here from ZESCO uses the real data. The others are essentially just mock data that we put in for the sake of showing, how it would look. It's searchable as well. If we, for example, take this particular project and click in on it, you get a view that basically visualizes more or less, as Stefan did, what this project would look like in terms of carbon. The program itself, as I mentioned before, would need to be registered under GCC as a proper program. So here we have basically put in place a program ID. Of course, the engine will have a program ID and GCC will have its own program ID as the data migrates over. But to keep provenance and track of the different pages in here, each page has its own unique ID. For the sake of this demo, we've issued what corresponds to 100 credits. You can see that it's mainly grid extension in the Lusaka region. We have a little project description, and every single one of those energy units that were generated by the engine will be listed here. The interesting part, where you could say the power of this carbon engine comes into place, is when you drill down on it and basically click on each one of these units, each 1 ton created, you will essentially be able to see where the energy came from, so you can actually track it back into Prospect and all the way back to your original systems, creating a pure chain of, not of custody, but chain of evidence to show that this is actually not inflated or wrong or manipulated at any stage. It gives you an overview with a unique serial number. So similarly to having each project have an ID, each unit generated will have its own independent ID. And down here, you will have a full list of timestamps and geohashes. So those will be the individual payments that were made by the users of the ZESCO grid extension program. We, for the sake of this, took all different meters on the same date. So this is on December 1st, just as an example. You can see the meters here, how much energy was consumed, and what that corresponds to in emission reduction. So the emission reduction is calculated using the parameters that are encoded in the system. In this particular case, we assume a baseline of 0.8 tons per kilowatt hours. So essentially, that is what would be emitted by these particular households if they were not connected to the grid. The project itself, connecting to the grid, also has an emission, but the difference between these two is essentially the reduction, the emission factor that was saved by implementing this project. You can check on the geolocation. There will be a pop-up that shows you the location of the actual system that has generated this particular 1 credit. You can zoom it in. In this particular stage, it's fully zoomable, so you can see down to the road, but we wouldn't do that in the final solution, or we could customize it depending on what the needs are for the different views that are looking into this engine. For privacy issues, we might translate those into a geohash where you can see roughly a region rather than actual coordinates. So in a nutshell, we here have 25 different records from 25 different meters that all on December 1st contributed to generating 2,924 kilowatt hours, which corresponds exactly to 1 ton of CO2 emission reduction. And to verify this a step further, we can also see the raw data as it was presented in Prospect. So by clicking here, there will be a link that basically takes us to another page. Here you'll be able to see a corresponding page hosted on Prospect here that shows the exact same 1 ton with all the same payments and quantity of energy consumed, the same time stamps, and you'd be able to double check it to ensure that the data from Prospect was actually correctly taken over to the carbon engine. So overall, and This is the pure flow that I'm describing. You might ask, where does GCC fit in? Because they also have their portal. Subendo is going to be talking a little bit about the portal as well, just in a second. So here we assume that these units essentially get bundled into periodic monitoring reports, into PMRs. And these PMRs then get exported to GCC so that GCC can verify them and approve them. And once they are approved, they can essentially issue them on their registry. So there is still a slight element of manual work, but eventually our common goal is to avoid as much as possible so we can have a seamless automated issuance. As soon as this data is verified by the engine, it will automatically translate into credits in the carbon engine to the amount corresponding to the periodic monitoring report that was submitted. So these PMRs would essentially in the system also be listed, and you can check their status. So here it's MOC, again, and I apologize for maybe making up some names that are not correct, but essentially projects in different countries. I've put in various countries. You can essentially say Kenya and scroll through. There will be different statuses. So essentially, this particular PMR is supposed to be generated in the system, but it's queued for GCC to approve it. So GCC hasn't approved it yet, but when GCC goes into their console, which is another view, they will be able to access that particular, you could say, that particular PMR and review it. So click in on review and see all the details that correspond to that particular bundle that was transmitted. And also download the full data set and the PMR report that is also required by the standard. So overall, this automates, you could say, the whole process and allows GCC to have an access. And important for me to say that we use GCC here, but it's supposed to be agnostic. So essentially, it's a standard that goes in and approves of these PMRs and issues the credits. But down the line, this is open. So it could be another standard if they pick up the energy access standard that has been approved or designed by the World Bank and GCC. But for the time being, GCC is the only one that is engaging and really trying to make this happen. So for now, we just call it a console view through GCC. So overall, this is to give you an idea.
Can we have a look on Rwanda, please? Sorry? Can we have a look on Rwanda?
Yes, but and
Yes,
the only thing that will come from that is that you might be able to say that I've made up some wrong things about your country, and apologies, but I'll search for whether... See, so I've put together some sample examples, micro hydro plant, pellet cooking, so with some random issued credits. Of course, it doesn't work here because it's just to populate, but the idea is that all systems will be listed, all projects will be listed, and you'll be able to drill down and have a clear overview over all the carbon credits that were issued and trace it back to the energy data that underlies it, adding more integrity and consistency in the work. Yes, questions so far? Yes, please. Oh. They don't. Oh. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you. I wanted to ask what will be the role of the implementing countries in ASCENT in regarding to the tool?
So the role of the implementing countries will be multifold. So this is just one element of it. So the implementing country will need to put together a program of activity for a carbon program, essentially, for the particular technology that we want to implement a program for. That program needs to be registered with GCC through their portal, and Subendo is going to show you that in a second. So once that is up and running, and the individual systems under that project are approved by GCC, the carbon engine can start working. And basically the data that comes in from Prospect will then automatically generate these units of emission reductions, and from there on, you as a government, as a state institution, if you're the one in charge of the specific deployment, you can also go in this system and trigger the periodic monitoring reports and send them or queue them for GCC, so they will be able to approve them. So whoever is the project developer, whether it's the RIA that basically implements the project, or it's a private sector entity, they would also have access to it. So the idea is that whoever implements the project can go in and essentially compile those units into a report, and GCC can verify them. Usually it will be just a quick review, because the understanding is that the integrity of the system is considered full, meaning that the system itself is going to get audited before getting deployed at scale by a third-party auditors that ensures that the code is correct, that it lives up to high standards, to ensure that the calculations applied are not faked or so on. So and the standard will then say, well, this is good enough. And once the PMRs are generated, it would not trigger a big manual review of the report that was done. It will essentially maybe a few spot checks on the data, but that would be sufficient for them to essentially approve of it. It will need a spin through the council in order to approve the PMR. So far that cannot be avoided, but it's still a considerable shortening of the time. So I don't know if that helps. Thanks. Any other questions? Yes, Manali.
It's actually not a question, more a request for confirmation.
Sure.
So many of the countries, and if I may ask around actually, how many countries have results-based financing scheme in their project? Zambia does, Malawi does, Rwanda, do you have RBF? Uganda also has RBF, Tanzania has RBF, basically everybody has RBF, right? So the reason I asked this question is because actually this came up in our conversation. The beauty of this approach, if I get it right, please confirm,
yes,
is that if, depending on the grant agreement between the country, the project implementation entity, REA, Zambia, let's say, and or REA Tanzania, let's say, and the private entity implementing the project, is on who keeps the carbon credits, right? Based on that agreement, the access, the ability to look at the system or to be a part of the system, that user access, etc., the ability to see, the ability to observe, or the ability to engage, interact, will be defined, right?
Absolutely.
So, and I think the one benefit of that is that it helps us avoid double counting, because we could have a situation where the same company that is seeking results-based financing support from the project is also going to, let's say, TDB. I don't know if our TDB colleagues are also in the room, to try and get debt financing from them to be able to buy the systems so they can install them, right? So now what we have is the opportunity for double or triple counting taken care of, because the meter is the same number, or the equipment, the location is exactly the same, so only one can claim credit for that solar home system or that whatever installation, but allowing us to recognize that it actually took 3 parties to help make it happen, right? If TDB didn't give them the loan, they wouldn't be able to buy the system. If the government, REA, wasn't able to give them RBF, they wouldn't be able to get the system to the customer, but then there is still a portion which the customer will pay to the company directly, right? But it allows acknowledgement of this combining of resources without questioning or putting in question triple counting or multiple counting of the same carbon credit. Could you, right?
I agree with you and confirm that the system would indeed do that, but because it's in essence built around unique numbers or meter numbers, and if they're issued once and everything points back to that, whether it's RBF or whether it's carbon financing, it would be impossible to do the same operation multiple times in different settings. It also, in my view, shows how important it is in venues like this over the next couple of days that each delegation it takes time to discuss what actually lies behind this, not just where does the data come from, but the very point that you raised to begin with, Monali, who gets what and who owns what and who gets access, because we're going to need to design this into the system so that we know if you get credentials to log in, it's because you're a project developer. We will know the status of your ownership of the credits. Similarly to GCC, they will also need to know who owns what and in which name do the credits get allocated. And so far, there might still be, early stages for some countries where those issues get more easily triggered when you have an excuse to do it, which is the fact that we want to actually build something practical. It serves as a good anchor for us to actually sit down and maybe even look at the interface and say, well, from your perspective, who else would you be looking at this? Who would actually be owning it? And getting back to the question I got here from Kenya, so what will their role be? Well, the role will be multiple. It depends on which entity within that country will do it. And linking that back to your nice drawing that you instructed people to work on, which they did very well, because all of those entities somehow has something to do with this and also will need some sort of interface into it. So this is the shared truth among all the parties, and it can serve as a convening platform, not just as a practical tool that incurs cost. It's something that actually is an investment for traceability and for transparency and collaboration. So yes, thanks. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to understand, in a situation where you're not exactly using smart meters, okay, what we are deploying smart meters, but we don't have a hidden system, so we are relying more on the prepaid option for those meters. So how do you translate to the daily monitoring that we are looking at here?
So it's a very relevant question, because this makes it look out as if it's all energy data. In this case it is, but it also has a payment unit. So the data that we received here from ZESCO is identified by a payment number, and that payment corresponds to a certain consumption in kilowatt hours. So whether that is, for exactly that amount of number, or whether it's prepaid, really doesn't make a big difference, because it unlocks that. And the methodology that we're working with now, as Subendu also mentioned earlier, for the first time actually also acknowledge these pay-go and prepaid payments as a way to translating that into carbon metrics, and that's what we're actually implementing here. Did you have a question? Thank you. Oh, we need a mic.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to ask two questions. Number one, the time factor or time period between application verification and approval, and what influences the delays or the pending period. The second question is, what are the structures for benefit sharing in the program?
The structures, I'll start with that. The structures for benefit sharing are not at this stage implementing at all, but it's something that needs to be discussed. So it's, you could say, governance, political discussion. It's not a technical one, so this is to display how it could work. And then definitely it's very important to figure out, of these units that are generated by your systems and your projects, how much of it do you want to claim yourself as part of your nationally determined contribution, and how much of it do you want to authorize for export? And this would be a good interface as well to be able to do that, because in there, every single unit that gets generated by the engine will have a, a national status. So you can say, well, this particular unit has been authorized for export under Article 6, for example, or this one has not been. So that means that you will be claiming it yourself towards UNFCCC and that particular setup. In terms of the time lag issue, there is always going to be a time lag. So the current one that we have in the current world of carbon is very long. From the data comes in, it's an ex post, process whereby once a year approximately, you hire an auditor, VVB, to basically do a monitoring report, and on the field and based on the data that can be gathered manually, a big report will be done and submitted to the standard. In this particular case, a lot of this payments are more, the metering is more granular, so it happens right away, and the issuance also happens right away, but there will still be a little time gap between, for example, the prepayment of a unit. If we start using that as the actual unit of translating the carbon emission, if you paid it on December 1st, you might only be activating or having consumed it a month later, but we will still use the date of payment as the anchor, or it could be something different if the standard decides that it should be something different. But we're trying to address the time lag so it becomes less, if I'm understanding your question correctly. Thank you. Any other? So, and maybe some concluding remarks on this. The intent of this is to make this tangible, so it's easier for you to actually see what we're talking about, what this engine is supposed to do. You can conceptualize it as a software that will lie as an additional module to Prospect, which so the regional aggregation platform in Prospect. Also here, in order to add some tangibility to it, we have, together with Prospect, developed a certificate that we will hand out to all of you. And this is just a way for you to be able to get 1 ton of CO2 emission reduction from this ZESCO project in Zambia. It's not a real credit, must be emphasized. It hasn't gone through the process of actual issuance onto the GCC registry, but it's 1 unit that has been minted or created inside the carbon engine. And if you scan this QR code, it will open up on your phone, and you'll have a mobile view into the engine, and it would allow you to walk through the steps and actually see the telemetry in Prospect as well. So it's a good little gimmick. I hope you appreciate it, but it also allows you to actually have a look at what we actually are talking about. We'll do our best to keep the link open so that you will be able to scan this as well after you come home, so you can show it to your colleagues back home. Thank you very much.
And one last word of caution here, please don't trade it at eBay yet before it was approved by GCC.
So as Stefan and Thomas hand out these certificates to you, I'll hand over the word to Subendu from GCC to take us through the portal, primarily the phase that is prior to what I've just shown you. So essentially the registration of these projects onto the portal, onto their portal.
So, yeah, I need, they have got to, they have the D.3. Difficult to understand. Okay. Okay, can we have the slides, please, for D.3 in the Zoom? Huh?
In the Zoom? Yeah, I cannot really connect.
She had it, right? You have the slides?
I mean,
She has to connect to Zoom, right? Again?
but the internet is not working. Imagine everything would be smooth. It would make it very easy.
Again, have to register? No.
I've done that so many times.
Yeah.
So
You have the pen drive? Maybe?
you have the pen drive? Oh, now I'm joining. Okay. So this is the I'm in Zoom, so.
Okay.
But we need the slides.
The
so.
slides are there. Share the slides. Yeah, please can you share?
No, we don't have the slides. Do you
No.
have the pen drive?
Yeah, the pen drive I gave it to you.
I put it on the table next to you. You took it, no?
Yeah, that took
I don't have.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next part of it, which is basically what Carbon Engine and Prospect dealt with, is purely on the data part of it from the DMRV system. I will not dare take you through the portal, because if I take you through the one iteration of only the registration, it's around 1.5 hours. So I don't want to do that. So what I will do is, I won't move into issuance per se. I'll just give you a glimpse of some slides of how, when you come onto the portal, what to expect, and on what all data would you need to present, what all kind of a documentation would you need to present in order to be able to get started on there. So what is this portal? This portal is an end-to-end demonstration of the registration and the issuance process. So when you are in a project, in a program, you're going to come on board the portal. The essence is that nothing happens on mail systems. Everything happens on the portal, whether it's GCC assessing your submission, whether it's the VBB doing some kind of a due diligence, whether it's the country doing some kind of an approval, whether there's data which is coming from Carbon Engine, whether the data goes to the registry for issuance. I'll come back to one point that we were discussing as to where all would the country come in. It depends upon what the country wants. If the country says, I would like to do a preliminary approval of the project even during the design phase when it's being applied, we can give an access. And we'll wait for the country to confirm. If the country says no, classically, like any 6.2 project, they're going to give us an approval at the registration phase. Then, at the registration, the workflow will send a trigger to the country to approve. And only when the country approves the project or the program would the system again move to the issuance cycle. Again, when it comes to issuing of credit, there will be a trigger to the country that this program for this period is issuing this much amount of credits. Do you approve? If the country approves and uploads the host country letter of authorization against the credits, we then issue the market eligibility of 6.2. If they say no, then we can issue vanilla credits under the, the VVS, the voluntary standard. So it depends upon when the country wants, we can give an access. So the key features of this is it has multiple modules in this whole thing. All the due diligence with respect to the standard would be done on the portal. There is no clarification that would be sought over mail. There would be no communication which would happen over mail. Everything would be on the portal. There's an API which is existing with the registry, because registry is with S&P, wherein the final issuance will happen into the accounts. There would be wizards on the system to be able to capture data, because you need data in different forms for visualization, to run checks and balances, to be able to put out to public for their knowledge and all. There would be an API running constantly with the Carbon engine, because how would the Carbon engine know which algorithm to choose? It would depend upon what is there in the POADD. So when we approve the POADD, the project owner would be able to, in the system, say which all equations would go to the Carbon engine for our calculation. If tomorrow the methodology changes, then there's a new methodology. The methodology gets acknowledged on the portal, and through API, the specific equation number gets transferred to the Carbon engine for calculations. And these two systems will constantly talk to each other, because there can be change in versions of POADD, there can be change in versions of methodologies, there can be change in versions of tools. So every change is done on the portal, and once accepted by the standard, goes to the engine for deployment. So these two systems should keep talking to each other. There can also be an API with the CMI, which is the Carbon, the infrastructure, country specific. So if the country has a registry, national registry, then there would be an API saying, okay, for this period, this credits has been issued with a 6.2 label, because they would need to report it to the UN, right? I won't go into the purpose of having so much of a complicated one, just to say what are those modules that would come in. There is a basic registration module. That is, when a program comes to us and wants to move the path of getting it registered with the standard, there's a module for that. There's an issuance module. Post the program getting registered, the MA would get included, and issuance would happen the way that the stakeholders would want. There's a module that's one thing. PRC is post-registration changes. So if there are changes in the project design, changes in start date of creating period, changes in monitoring requirements, so there's a separate module which runs on this portal. RCP, renewal of creating periods. We say extension. So whenever these MAs would be extending their creating period, that would be done using this module. Methodology. We are in the EAP standard or the Energy Access ASCENT program, we are only allowing specific methodologies which we are creating, which are DMRV enabled. As and we start adding more methodologies, this methodology module would be able to accommodate them. And finally, there would be a verifier and an expert management module. Verifiers might come, new verifiers might come, new verifiers might go off. That's handled by this module. We also have another set of people we call as experts. So if the projects are too many, then we give it to the experts also to see, to give another layer of due diligence. That is handled by this module. So this in entity would be all that is there on the project portal. Now, I can't take you through with all of these. I'll try and give you a glimpse of what the registration module would look like in GCC. So this is the landing page, eap.globalcarboncouncil.com. You can punch in, you can see. This is the landing page, a static page created just for visualization. Data points therein are hard-coded at the back end. So this is not real data points because we don't have a project, right? We don't have programs running. So this is just how it would look like, the initial user interface. On the top would be tabs, which are public view. So the public can come and see, okay, how many projects has come in for registration? How many are initial part of registration? How many have actually got approved? There would be another tab for MA inclusions. Okay, how many MAs have got included? What are their data points? there is another one for issuances. We should say, okay, how much of issuances have happened? Which program, which AMA has issued for which period? What are the market eligibility like? What are the different kind of, standard or methodologies applied therein? That would be there in public view. There would be also a part which is for global stakeholder consultation. So global stakeholder consultation is an inherent part of the project flow. Whenever you apply with a project, it will go up for global stakeholders to be able to comment on it. The global stakeholders consultation can happen during registration phase, can happen during the post-registration change phase. So there are different PRC and in registration global stakeholder consultations that can be done. And PRCs, so if there is a post-registration change that has happened, it lists in public view what are the changes that will happen. On the right hand side finally are the login. So anyone wants to log into the system, create an ID into the system, you use this tab. This is just a visualization, the ones below, and a stratified view of all the interventions would be there. This is obviously just preliminary ones that we have created. So how would the login page look like? It would be a very simple one where you can log in. We have removed the capture part of it because we know that we can't deal with it at this point in time. So it would be created with existing account credentials. So for the countries, you don't need to create logins. We create as a standard for you. You log in to the system. But there are a lot of entities who might need an access on the portal. Number one, it can be public stakeholders. It can be early buyers who wants to track projects or programs, how they're going. It can be technology providers who are approved by the focal point. Just a minute, just two concepts. There are two stakeholders who are important for us. Number one, we call it focal point one. Focal point one is who's given the access to the portal. They can upload documents, download documents, answer questions, appoint VBBs, move the project forward in different steps. There's something called a GCC letter of authorization. In the letter of authorization, you will say who is that entity who has been given the right to come to GCC portal and do everything. The second is focal point two is who is the owner of the credit. So when we issue credits, we issue in the account of the focal point two. At this point in time, we as a standard allow 3 splits of credits. So there can be at the most 3 focal point twos. The focal point two can then have their separate kind of agreements with the other entities and then transfer the credits between themselves. So we only recognize focal point one and focal point two. So these are the ones that comes in the letter of authorizations. Obviously, someone wants to create an account, have to go register. They have to say which role they want. They want to play a role of a focal point one or a focal point two or a tech provider or a public stakeholder or a project supporter. There are several roles that they can define. Depending upon the roles, we as a super admin decide what do they see, what do they not see. Which document do they see, which document do they not see. They have to talk of the organization that they represent. They have to give us the name of the person who is trying to reach out as a onboarding during the onboarding process. We need a KYC document of the organization who's trying to create a login. We do a due diligence and then we allow them to come into the portal. And finally, once they sign up, they enter into the portal to do the next step part of. So first is we need all programs to first initiate a prior consideration. That is a consideration of carbon revenues during the design of the project itself. We call it a prior consideration form. That's the first step for any program to go the next part of it of the validation. So they will be exposed to a soft version like this. So mind you, all forms are on the soft. There's nothing hard except for the design document and part of the PMR. That's the only one. So they will be exposed to these kind of data points. They got to enter the title of the projects. What happens if someone enters the title of the project? The program. Once they enter the title of the program, they would not need to enter the title of the program anywhere else. Once they enter the title of the program herein, it is going to come automatically in all forms and templates, whatever it is. It will not need, because we try to take care of all the small mistakes that happen, which needs too much of an effort on behalf of the standard, even from the clients, from the stakeholders. So we have tried to automate everything. But then there's a caution. Remember, because once you pose a title in the prior consideration form, you want to change somewhere down the line that no, I want to change the title. It's very difficult because there's a lot of data that has already got populated in the backend to different data points. It's very difficult to do that. Second, make the title as generic as nature. Don't say this much megawatt of solar home systems. If tomorrow the capacity changes, you cannot go back and change the title. It might be not following the type of the project that you're trying to do. So make it as generic as possible. Give us a brief of what you're trying to do. Give us a brief of whether you want an authorized credits or not authorized credit, or you're undecided. It can be split between authorized and non-authorized. You have to specify the sectoral scope. It's the GHG sectoral scope, whether it's sector 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. You have to say which country, the host country, this project is coming from, which province it is coming from. If by default this project is across the whole country and not a specific province, then there is a scope of selecting default to country. The moment you choose default to country, you don't need to choose a KML file. System automatically draws a KML file for the project in itself. There is a scope of an organizational email which comes at the bottom. Why do we need this? This is a fallback option. If tomorrow the guy who created the login is no more with the organization or has left us or gone changed, then they lose an access to the portal. This is the alternate email ID that can be taken in order to come back and continue the process of the project submission. So there is an alternate email ID where the moment you provide an alternate email ID, an unique combination gets mailed. So next time someone wants to do it, they have to validate the combination and then enter into the portal. Once this prior consideration form is submitted, they would be assigned a unique ID. It will become public. Next would be the process of creating a project design document. That's what we say POADD. That's what in the morning I explained what are those that's therein. Only thing is that we take the POA into different steps. We call it wizard. Quite a few tabs. I think 1 or 2 might get added to it. But why we need it? The first tab will give you the details where most of the information is already pre-populated. You don't need to write anything. It is with respect to project type, host country, focal point details, and project owner details. There's hardly anything that you need to enter. It's automatically taken from the prior consideration form and the letter of authorization. Second tab is inputs on ER estimates. How much are you expecting as emission reduction from the project? Which markets would you like to apply for? What is the duration of this program? What are the start date of the programs? And what are the first period with a start date and an end date? The third tab is inputs on environmental and social no harm. So you have got to deliberately say, yes, I'm going to demonstrate environmental and social no harm. The next part of it is SDG impacts. Which all SDG goals are you targeting? Are these SDG goals national priorities? You have got to indicate therein. Which methodology are you applying? Which version of the methodology is automatically done? So we at the back end populate all the methodologies and only the latest version is available. You cannot use any other version which has already gone out of the loop. So it's only the latest version available. And the equation numbers, because that is an input that would go into the carbon engine for deployment. Then geographical boundary. As I said, if you have already selected a default to country, you don't need to do anything. It automatically populates. This whole information that goes from number 1 to number 5 gets transformed into a cover page, because the focal point you need to sign off that this is the gist of all the application that has been done by the program. We call it a cover page. It's a downloadable form with all the information 1 to 5. They need to sign off and upload it. 7 is an interface of inclusion criteria for MA. So tomorrow when the project gets registered, what all are the inclusion criteria? What would be seen against these criteria as an approval, for approval later on? That is in the inclusion criteria one. And finally, number 8 is uploads. All forms and templates that you'd like to upload. Like, what would it require? It would require the project design document cover page. It would require the main page of the project design document. It would require the emission reduction calculation sheets in Excel format. It would need your environmental and social safeguard demonstration. It would need your SDG impact demonstration. It would need the DMRV certification details with the expiry date of the certificate therein. These are the basic requirements. So the moment you go to the upload page, it will ask you for all these submissions. There is a specific size restriction. There's a specific type of submissions that you can do. So the ones which are marked with asterisks are the mandatory ones. The ones which are not marked are optional. If you want to add anything more beyond this, you can choose from the document tag. It is populated with all that you could submit. So you just choose and you submit. If you want to add multiple, use the plus button at the end and keep adding as many documents that you want to submit as a part of the registration process. So I won't take much of your time. This is just in a nutshell of how would you apply to the standard. The next part of it is the moment you apply, we give you an unique ID called a PCN number, and it moves to the validation process where the validator comes in and checks everything and does the due diligence. Any question, please?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. It looks very sophisticated. But my question is, what's the turnaround time for this process to be achieved?
The time?
Turnaround time for the application to be achieved.
Okay. This portal is already running on our GCC 2.0 project portal, and there are 1,600 projects running with this mode. Okay. So an application, if you have all the documents with you and the information, it generally takes an hour to fill the whole thing, right? And then once it goes into validation, how much of a time does it take for validation depends on the quality of submission. So for us, in a normal vanilla project on a standalone basis, it takes around 4 months to 5 months for the validation to be completed and come to us with a request for registration. Then it depends upon how much of a time would it take between back and forth between us. So we allow only 3 iterations. It's not an open-ended one. So we raise questions, we ask for responses. If within 3 iterations it's not concluded, we decide yes or no. So it's not an open-ended iteration. At the end of the 3 rounds, it goes for the request for review and gets concluded yes or no therein. And once it comes to the issuance cycle, we already talked of it in quite a detail that it's an automated process. There's very little amount of intervention in the issuance process. Any questions? Thank you so much.
I think he deserves yet another clap. It was very small. Group D there, you're not clapping. Thank you. All right, so this marks the end of our program today. We have shuffled things a little bit, but we'll continue tomorrow. You look tired, and we think you need to rest, especially that we'll soon be dancing, so you need to go and, for those who are here, I'm sure they need to go and remove high heels and, dress down. Yeah, but before we go, we want to announce that there's an event, an interactive event where we socialize, and it will be held downstairs. There's a bar just downstairs. When you just go down on your right, and it will start at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. That's 18:30 Nairobi time, and it's 17:30 Zambian time or South African time. Yes. Yeah. Then tomorrow's program, Monali is here to just talk about that.
Okay, so we're done for the day. The reason we modified the agenda was because the last session was really about data, about information, and it's like way too late for us to be talking about that. So we could actually do that if there's some alcohol involved in the networking event. After that, we could probably come back and do that if you're interested. It'll go very smoothly. But no, instead I think we'll do it fresh first thing in the morning tomorrow. So tomorrow we talk about a little bit of, you heard too many things today, right? But tomorrow I think we start unpacking and start looking a little bit more into the depth of what it takes to go from kilowatt hours basically to tons of carbon and beyond. So what we will ask of you, we're going to keep these lovely institutional setup diagrams that you did. Tomorrow we will look at some data flow related, coloring that we can do together. But other than that, I think tomorrow we now start looking a little bit more into the carbon market readiness related aspects. So particularly all our colleagues who come from the climate change or Ministry of Environment side of the governments need to be sharper tomorrow. Tomorrow you are going to have to help your colleagues from energy understand half of what is being said, if not 90% of what is being said, right? So tomorrow, please bring your thinking caps, tighten your belts, pull up your socks. Tomorrow, everybody who is from the carbon and environment side of the business is going to be in the hot seat or the center stage. With that, I think we call it a day for today. Let's have a round of applause. Everybody survived. And I think well begun is half done. So let's enjoy the evening and come back fresh tomorrow morning. We'll have lots of coffee. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So party hard, but not too late so that you can still be fresh tomorrow morning.